kick off. How's everybody's week? 2 weeks been? It's been a while. Oh no, I streamed last week Friday. Hasn't been as crazy long as I think, but yeah. It's been a while, but we're back with another case. I think there's 7 cases in this game, so we're up to case 4. So I might try and actually finish this game tonight, depending on how stuck I get. I promise nothing, but we're going to try. I'm hoping to do a longer stream. It's also why I got myself a coffee. I actually bought, like, I went and did groceries and bought coffee, so I have coffee for the night. It's made me very happy. I only had 1 coffee this morning. I normally have 2. So, I'm like, this is only fair. Okay. Case number 4. There was a dude that was murdered outside of, like, this kind of dodgy-ass bar. I'm on the case. Emily Morgan, why was I talking to her? We need to try and get into the opium den. Yeah, okay.
Those look nice, but given the choice, I'll always side with pie over cake.
I have to say, I do like pie. It's true.
A bunch of assorted baking products. Don't waste your time with those, Miles. We've got a murder to solve.
I actually bought some baking products at the store. I'm gonna make some cookies. This is another thing. I wish that I had a setup in my kitchen, because I would have made the cookies first before I started the game. Also, the cookbook that I got given, that I got gifted through Throne, the Stanley Tucci one, I already have several recipes like that I'm ready to try from that. So yeah, I'm excited. There's gonna be a lot of cooking.
The stuff in that day-old box doesn't look half bad. More like 3/4 bad.
Okay, let's talk to Emily Morgan. I can't quite remember what we're doing here.
You got time for a few more questions, Mrs. Morgan?
Yes, of course.
Oh, I've already talked to her?
What can you tell me about your brother?
Oh.
Ronan was the best brother anyone could have asked for. He took care of me after our parents died. Carriage accident. I was only 9 and he was 13. Ronan went out and found work and managed to support the both of us. He was just a child himself, but he kept us out of the gutter. Or worse, the workhouse.
How did you hear of his death?
Ronan comes by to visit me every day after he finishes work. When he didn't come for 2 days in a row, I got worried. I went to his apartment, but he wasn't there. So I made a report to the police. Yesterday, they contacted me and asked me to come to the mortuary.
I'm terribly sorry for your loss, Mrs. Morgan.
That'd be upsetting.
Thank you, Mr. Fordham. Please, find whoever did this to him. Ronan deserved so much better.
Okay.
What do you know about your brother's murder?
Only what the police told me. He was shot at close range outside that pub in the Chum. Nothing was missing, and his wallet had money in it, so they said it wasn't a robbery. I didn't recognize the clothes he was wearing. I had never seen them before, and they were far too big for him.
I wonder if it was mistaken identity.
I still can't believe he's gone. He was the only family I had left.
Dr. Edwards at the mortuary might be able to give us some more detailed information. The only thing we'll get out of this one is more tears.
Sorry, I'm playing with my lighting.
What sort of life did Ronan lead?
You know, just normal. He'd go to work, come visit me afterwards, and go home. He didn't have much of a social life. At least he never mentioned any friends to me.
Kind of sounds like me.
I always hoped Ronan would meet a nice girl to settle down with, but he was so shy, you know.
Doesn't have much of a social life.
At the Grips Home Taxidermy Shop in Gascon. I always thought it was rather macabre work, but he enjoyed it. Bit lonely, though.
They'll be like, so is there anyone that we can talk to about, Robin's death? Oh, her cats?
Can you give me the address
Did
of
you
Ronan's
let her
apartment?
cats know?
It's at 1172 Bushmill Street. I have a spare key.
That would be most helpful. Thank you. So, this is your bakery.
My husband Gerald and I have had it for almost 10 years.
Is it just the two of you? Do you have any children?
Alas, no. Some extra hands would be most welcome in the kitchen, but we haven't yet been blessed. It's such a shame that Ronan never got to be an uncle.
Do you have kids? No, the child labor would have been fantastic, but unfortunately, haven't been blessed with kids yet.
What are your thoughts on the outcome of the election?
Oh, I haven't given it much thought, to be honest. It hardly seems to matter now.
Yes, of course. My apologies for bringing it up. Those are all the questions I have for now.
Yeah, maybe I
Alright,
shouldn't
Mr.
have asked.
Fordham.
Trying to distract her, it's fine. That's why.
A very wise man once told me, never go poking around the back rooms of bakeries. I think you'd do well to heed that advice.
Why? Anyway. Okay, let's see. So, bakery, police station's right next door. We've got the taxidermy, that's where he worked. Ronan's apartment. Silent Raven is where he was killed.
To think, in an instant, a man's life can be reduced to some scribbles on the filthy pavement.
Now's not the time to get poetic, Bill.
What a mess.
There wasn't anything else here, right? Just the outline. Okay. Alright, let's go to his apartment first.
Quite the collection of exotic items in here.
Yeah.
Ronan appears to be a seasoned world traveler.
Or at least knows someone who is.
The fact that this book is, like, brighter than the others, I'm like...
Just looking at
sus.
this painting is making me feel seasick.
Oh, what's that?
This one is scarier than the other masks. Wait a moment.
Did you see that?
I think I saw something shiny in the back of the
Yeah.
mouth.
I saw a glint.
How about that? A perfect hiding place for a key.
Sweet. I'm assuming that's for the desk.
Some kind of owl mask. The hair looks incredibly familiar. This mask looks African. You should try it on. It'd be an improvement.
Yeah, he's got masks from all over the place.
Ronan's book collection mostly consists of cheap pulp adventure novels, but this top shelf looks interesting.
So what we've got exotic fauna of Africa, exotic fauna of Australia. Yeah. Secret customs of the Orient. Bible. That's Dutch. So you guys, can you guys see that spelling, that lunge I, so that IJ? So that's like my Twitch username, right? It's a Dutch thing. Bible. Black rhinoceros. I don't know why I pronounced it like that. Rhinoceros. So that's not actually how you say it. It's fine. I'm just enjoying. Kangaroo, koala. Secret customs of the Orient. Read every book in the game. Ah, I just got an achievement. Opium use. Oh, here we go. You must be aware, dear reader, that the customs of the Orient differ greatly from our own. You would do well to familiarize yourself not only with common ones, but the more obscure and clandestine ones as well, lest you offend anyone on your travels. At the turn of the century, travelers to the Orient would often seek out the more exotic pleasures, which is, say, opium. Nowadays, the influx of immigrants from China to Vespuccia has caused a significant drop in this type of tourism, as many opium dens have appeared in El Presidio, with some even known to exist as far east as New Britannia. In any case, opium dens are open to all who seek to indulge, known colloquially as riding the dragon. The use of opium recreationally for relaxation or as a social activity is a common pastime. Baijiu. If you are offered wine, make sure you understand what exactly it is you're about to drink. Chances are it might be baijiu, a clear liquid usually distilled from fermented sorghum, although other grains may be used. Southern China versions may employ glutinous rice, while northern Chinese varieties may use wheat, barley, millet, or even Job's tears instead of sorghum. The Jiukyu, I don't know how to say that properly, starter culture used in the production of baijiu mash is usually made of blah, 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 blah. It may be a shocking experience. It has been known to be used as a way of proving oneself in a group. Yeah, okay. Good to know.
It's in another language, but it appears to be a Bible.
Yeah, it's in Dutch.
It's in another language.
Can I not look at it?
No
Rude.
title, and it appears to be blank. I wonder if Ronan just kept empty books on his shelf to appear well read.
I want to
It's in
see the
another-
Dutch Bible. Rude.
I had an illustration that looked similar to that one. I wonder where it ended up.
I actually have a whole bunch of prints from when I was in China, from when I lived in China. Like the rolls. I actually have one hanging up here. I don't think I have space at the moment for the rest of them. I'm always cautious about putting nails in walls, even, like, I know technically I'm allowed to now as a rental, but it's still, I don't like doing it. Hey, Rose, how are you,
I guess
lovely?
Ronan won't be realizing his world travel dreams now. Death really has a way of messing up your plans. Ronan wasn't too concerned with comfort, apparently. This is hardly bigger than a bunk at sea.
Maybe that's the reason why.
Now to find out what Mr. Lespay finds so precious.
Work was dumb busy. No. I'm doing well. I got some things done today.
They appear to be a pair of letters from Ronan's landlord.
I was saying it's a real shame that I don't have a setup in my kitchen because I really want to bake some cookies. And I would have loved to bake some cookies before I started playing the game so that I had cookies for later. But I can't because I don't have a setup that works in the kitchen. That's fine. Maybe I'll just, even if I like finish late tonight, I might still make them. Or I can make them tomorrow morning. I suppose it doesn't matter. Cookies are cookies. Cookies are always good. Ronan, with regards to your... So wait, this is July 2nd. This is the first one. Ronan, with regards to your request for an extension to pay this month's rent, I'll gladly give you until next month. You have always been a reliable tenant who has paid on time, so don't be concerned. I hope you resolve your issues. September 3rd. Ronan, I understand we all go through financial difficulties, but I'm afraid I can't extend my generosity beyond the end of 2 months. Please have the rent ready by then, or I will have no choice but to seek legal action against you.
Oh, this teacup could use a washing. I'd be surprised if it isn't permanently stuck to the desk. Looks like you
Journal?
found Ronan's journal. Perhaps this will be able to give us some more insight into what he was up to before he died.
Read a random entry?
Let's see. February 24th, 1844. Jimbo has been at sea for nearly 2 months. These long periods away are the most difficult, but all the time seems to disappear when I see him again.
Oh.
My solace is that he will return with plenty of tales of adventure. I can hardly wait to hear them. March 11th, 1844. I must have eaten something last night which didn't agree with me because I've had a terrible case of the runs.
We've all been there.
Probably best to skip this one.
Agreed. February 24th, 18...
Oh.
My...
We already did that one. What's
This
this
one
letter?
appears to be from Emily.
That's his sister? December. Ronan, Gerald and I will be celebrating the new year and would like to invite you to spend it with us. Please feel free to bring along any guests you'd like, especially any lady friends you might have. Oh no. He had a friend.
It's empty. Too bad.
But not a lady friend.
Aha. A letter from someone called Jimbo?
Next week will be a year since we met. I can honestly say my life has changed for the better in every possible way, and I will always hold July 8th as a special day in my heart. I can't wait to see you again. Oh no.
A model of the SS Joondalup. Looks like a merchant
Ooh.
vessel to me.
Joondalup.
A model of the...
That's in Western Australia, isn't it? Wait. Or maybe that's a different spelling. I don't know. Anyway. I recognize the name. Might actually be a suburb. Or a city. Anyway. I've come to learn that I need to save early, save often, because you can actually fuck up here. Okay, so what do we got here? Water treatment station. Why did I... The water treatment... This is where he worked. What was up with the water treatment station? Oh, yes. No, I spoke to this guy. My bad. I've been here. I don't remember the information I got from here, but it's fine. This is where he worked.
Hello, and welcome to the Gripsome Taxidermy Shop. Please let me know if I can be of service.
There is a button
I wonder
By
how
the
many people
gorilla.
it took to bring down this brute. There's a small button on the base. Just when I thought I'd seen it all. What will they think of next?
I don't know if I like that.
Is that supposed to be a lion?
I have no idea.
Reminds me of the one in the Dupre house, except that one actually looked alive. There's a small button on the base.
Welcome to the Grip Zone Taxidermy Shop.
Concerning.
Please enjoy our displays and be sure to consider us for all your taxidermy needs. Just a reminder, we stuff animals only.
Oh god, the fact that that needs a reminder.
Exotic dead fauna from every other continent. You never even need to leave Vespuccia.
Okay, talk to the clerk.
I was wondering if you might answer some questions for me.
Of course. What can I help you with?
That's a great question.
I was told Ronan Lespay works here. Do you know him?
Ronan? Yes, of course. That is to say, I know
This
he
guy
works
is,
here.
like,
I
more
haven't had
pale
much
than I am.
interaction with him. He mostly keeps to himself.
Does he have an office or workspace I might have a look at?
Now, wait just a minute. Why would I let some random stranger off the street in to look at an employee's workspace?
Because I'm a private investigator and I'm trying to get some information.
Well, even if that is the case, I'm afraid you're out of luck.
But he's
Ronan
dead.
does have a workspace, but it's completely bare. He doesn't keep anything here.
Anything you can tell me about the shop?
Plenty! This is New Britannia's most sophisticated
God.
taxidermy shop.
I asked the wrong
Unlike
question.
other taxidermists, we work with modern technology to get results they could only dream of.
What does that mean exactly?
Using steam tech, we are able to create the illusion of life in these beasts. Just take a look at our floor samples. The parrot and gorilla are two of our finest works. They really speak for themselves. Well, the parrot does at least. I think it would frighten our customers if the gorilla did too. And once ethericity is harnessed as a viable source of energy, we'll get even better results.
This guy is way too excited about bringing dead things back to life.
He looks like he might be an albino.
Yes, fascinating.
He's very,
Moving
very
on.
pale.
So how did you get this job?
Oh, it isn't a terribly exciting story, I'm afraid. I just saw an ad in the Gazette for a clerk position. I never expected to learn so much about taxidermy.
I'm sure he's amazing conversation at parties.
Also, I'm not sure if you guys can see this little mark. I'm not sure how visible that is on the camera. It's where Watson and I had a disagreement, and he scratched up my face. Who knew the face could bleed that much, but it does.
Were you aware that Ronan was murdered 4 nights ago?
I had no idea. That's awful. What happened?
That's what I'm
Hey,
currently trying
Hamish,
to
how you
find out.
doing?
Do you know if Ronan had any enemies? Anyone who might want to do him harm?
No, as I said, I didn't speak with him much or know much about him. But now that
Been
I
a
think
minute?
about
How
it,
you been?
I did notice a strange man waiting around outside the shop a few days ago.
Oh, good to know.
Tell me about this strange man you saw.
At the time, I didn't think much of him, but the more I recall, the more I realize he was being very suspicious.
What did he do?
Don't be
He
suspicious.
just
Don't
stood
be
outside
suspicious.
across the street. but he
Don't
seemed
be
to be focusing on
suspicious.
the
Don't
building.
be
It was as though he
suspicious.
was waiting for someone.
Do you remember what this man looked like?
I didn't get a very good look at him, but I do remember some things.
Okay.
He was tall and had a heavy build, like a boxer or a dock worker.
Okay.
He had a beard, I think, or mutton chops at the very least. And as far as I can recall, he was wearing all black. He also had on some kind of cap.
Okay.
I'm sorry I can't give you a better description, but that's all I was able to distinguish. My eyesight isn't very good, I'm afraid.
You're getting
It'll have to do.
married.
Thank you for your help.
Well, shit. Congratulations.
Thank you for your help.
I'm here to serve.
I am doing well. I am not getting married. I'm very happy about it. Congratulations, though. When's the event planned for?
That leads into a room with even more dead things. It's such a shame we haven't the time to stick around and explore.
Okay, so yes, let's go to the coroner. Hello, my baby.
I was beginning to wonder when you'd show up.
Well, wonder no longer. I'm here and I need to see Dr. Edwards.
Oh, I see how it is.
Sherlock is
You helped
good.
you solve a case, and now you don't have time for us lowly
And we
front desk
also
clerks.
have Watson
That's just
now.
the way it goes, Upton. Maybe next time you should pick a nicer coffee house.
Right. You know the way. Snelling isn't in today, so you're all clear.
Well, that's a relief.
Baby.
Thanks, Upton.
Sherlock's actually come to say hi. Hey, baby. Hi. Yeah, so Sherlock, and now we have Watson, who turned a year a couple of months back. He's a year old, and he's the reason why Sherlock is so thin, or at least I hope it is. Because Sherlock and him don't get along great. So cute. Alright. Hi. Yeah. So skinny. I worry he's like too skinny now because he's like I feel like I can like grab his ribs, like his rib cage. There he is. Well, that's my baby, or it's one of my babies. Okay. Can you say hello? Can you say hello? No. Jesus Christ, cat. Okay. Weirdo? Yeah, I don't know where Watson is at the moment, but that's fine. You okay? You alright? Don't sit on my keyboard. Hmm? Baby, you're stepping over things that you don't need. There's nothing there to step over. Hey? Oh, bless his cotton socks. You don't want to sit there? Okay. Hey, Dr. Edwards.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything, Edwards.
Ah, Fordham. Always a pleasure.
Have you got time for some questions?
Of course.
Oh, you need a brush as well. Oh my god.
So what can you tell me about Ronan Lespay?
Caucasian male, approximately 27 years old. Died of blood loss as a result of being shot at close range. He was brought in 4 nights ago. I performed the postmortem the following day. After that, his next of kin was contacted. I believe his sister came to identify the body.
Any personal opinions on what might have happened?
Well, the fact he was shot at such a close range would suggest it was done by someone he knew. And robbery doesn't appear to be a motive, since his wallet was found on the body with money in it.
It looks like
Beyond
I'm
your
petting
guess is as good as
nothing.
mine.
Better, I hope.
I'm petting air. It doesn't look like I'm doing. Oh no, you can kind of see. There's an ear, sort of. It's the problem with having a black cat. Hey?
Did the postmortem reveal anything?
Quite a few things, actually. Mr. Lespay was extremely inebriated when the shooting took place.
Oh,
There was
okay.
enough alcohol in his blood to presume he had been drinking for hours before his death. I
Alright.
also managed to remove the bullet from his heart. It's a .36 caliber lead ball, standard revolver shot. It shouldn't be too hard to match to a weapon, provided you can find it.
You're so bony. I'm concerned.
Did you notice anything unusual about the clothes Mr. Lespay was wearing?
Unusual? Not really. They seemed a bit big for him, but that's all.
His sister seemed convinced that they didn't belong to him.
That's a distinct possibility, but I couldn't say for sure. He could have just been a sloppy dresser.
So no murder weapons been found?
That's right. Either the killer still has it, or the police just overlooked it. If you happen across any weapons in your investigation, be sure to bring them to me. I can
Okay.
tell you if it matches the bullet.
Thank you, Edwards. I'll be on the lookout.
Oh
How's the coroner business?
Things have been pretty dead around here lately.
my god.
Don't quit your day job, Edwards.
I'm not
I'll be
even
going
gonna
now,
ask
Edwards.
about the
Take
election
care, Fordham.
for now.
And remember, not everyone gets to leave the morgue alive, so consider yourself lucky that you can.
I was about to say he's a bit of a weirdo, but like, he deals with dead people all day, so I feel like if you are in that job, you're going to be a bit of a weirdo.
Can we talk for a moment, Upton?
Certainly. What's on your mind?
Gentle baby.
You wouldn't happen to know anything about Ronan Lespay, would you?
Probably nothing more than you already know. His body is in the mortuary, and the reason for his murder is unknown. I suggest you speak with Dr. Edwards.
I did that already, thanks.
Would you happen to have any information on the opium den in Chumley?
I know there is one, but that's about it. The department doesn't have the manpower to bother keeping files on that sort of establishment.
So no idea how one might get inside.
I'm afraid not. Those places are very hush-hush about their activities.
I think I
They're
need
almost
to
like
talk about the dragon.
exclusive high society clubs in their own seedy way.
Riding the
Interesting
dragon.
observation.
Hey,
I think I'll keep
Come
that
here.
in mind.
let me clean your eye. Thank you.
Upton, I need you to put out a bulletin. There's someone I need found.
Oh, who's that?
I don't know his name. I only have a description.
All right, I'll need to ask you a few questions.
I don't know if we have
Could
enough
you
information.
describe the man's height and build?
Tall and
He's
large.
tall, with a large build.
All right. What color is his hair?
What color was the hair? Black, brown, or blonde? What did he say? I know he said there was mutton chops. Oh shit. I know he was dressed all in black. He had mutton chops. Did he tell me the color of the hair?
I'm sure
Brown?
it's brown.
All right. Do you know of any unique details that might make him easier to identify?
Mutton chops.
He has a beard, or mutton chops.
I see. Well, I'll put out the bulletin, but that's a bit of a generic description. All right. The bulletin is out. I'll let you know if I hear anything.
Thanks, Upton. I appreciate the help.
Actually can't remember. Does it tell me? Description of strange man. Yeah, see, they didn't give me the hair. I said brown, but he didn't actually describe the color of the hair. Okay. So back to the opium den. Are you just gonna sit there, baby?
You again? What do you want?
I wanna ride the dragon.
I was told this was the place to come if I wanted to ride the dragon.
Oh. Well, why didn't you say so? Please, come in.
Interesting. Oh, kitten.
Poor horse. That fellow in the armor must have weighed a ton. She's not gonna be much help right now. Best not to bother her.
Okay.
At least they provide their clients with some measure of privacy.
There's Darius.
Excuse me, I'm looking for a man by the name of Darius.
Well, look no further. Welcome, friend. Sit. Join me.
I'll
Yeah.
stand, if that's all right. I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions.
That's gone.
Questions are the path to
I know.
enlightenment.
It looks so
Answers
weird.
fly by as birds on the breeze. But
It looks
will
so
a
weird.
caged bird sing? That is the true question.
Wonderful. He's as high as a kite. This is gonna be worse than pulling teeth.
It's Sherlock, I swear. See, Sherlock's black and white, so because I have the green screen. Although I don't know if Watson is visible on the green screen. Anyway.
What can you tell me about the Silent Raven?
Ah, the raven. My home away from home.
I would have thought that was this place. Unless this one is just the home.
Do you have many friends there? People you speak with often?
Yes, friends. I call them friends anyway, but really, what is a friend?
What is a friend?
Someone who drinks with you? Someone who shares secrets with you? Are those friends?
I don't know.
My father used to tell me that the only two friends you had were your mother and the crown in your pocket. Well, both of those are gone now. So what does that mean for me?
I don't know, sir. I'm just asking about people you speak to at the Raven.
The barmaid, Nicole, she gets mad at me sometimes when I break things. But she's all right.
Have you ever conversed with a patron called Singing Tom?
Singing Tom. You mean old Tom Puffin?
I'm not sure. I was just told he was called Singing Tom and was a regular at the Silent Raven.
That's the man. I see him in here all the time.
Tom Puffin.
In here, not just at the Raven?
Tom is a child of the poppy, just as I am. He truly understands the world as it is.
Do you know where I might be able to find him?
Is opium the
Yes,
same as
He's the
heroin?
choir master at St. Denis Cathedral. That's where he spends his time when he's not here.
You mean to tell me we have to talk to another one of these loonies? Wonderful.
I was wondering if you could tell me whether you saw a certain man at the Raven on election night. He's tall, of strong build, with a beard or mutton chops, dressing all in black and possibly wearing a cap.
Lots of people like that go to the Raven. I see loads of them every night.
Yeah, it's a bit.
But now that you mention it,
Ooh, okay.
I do remember someone like that. He was a strange one.
How so?
I remember one of the times he came in, he was adjusting his hat. I could
Oh,
have sworn
red.
when he took it off for just a moment, his hair was bright red.
How is that strange, exactly?
Because his beard was jet black. It was the oddest thing I'd seen.
That is
well,
weird.
it was the oddest thing I'd seen.
Oh.
Until his beard slid halfway down his face.
I see. Well, thank you for the information.
So,
This
okay.
testimony is about as useful as a hole in the head.
Okay.
Then
We have to go
yeah,
back and
There might be something to it.
we need to go and update our bulletin.
Are you familiar with a man named Ronan Lespay?
I know many men. Some old, some young, some rich, some poor.
Oh god.
Some I know by name, some by face. But this man you speak of, this Ronan, he is unfamiliar to me.
I have a ferrotype. Do you recognize him?
Forgive me, but my eyes are blurry. I cannot make out his features.
Well, he's useless, isn't he? Too bad there's no way to snap him out of it, like there was with Dupre's kid.
Do you know anything about the murder outside the Silent Raven on election night?
Murder? Was it a murder?
It was. A man was shot in cold blood.
What did he think it
That would
was?
explain the commotion, as well as the sound.
So you heard the gunshot?
I did. I thought it might have been one of the voting machines making the noise, but then there were shouts, and people began to run.
Did you see or hear anything before you heard the gunshot?
I seem to remember hearing a man shouting a name.
A name?
Yes. It sounded like Priscilla.
Well, how about that?
Priscilla.
He's managed to be of some use after all. Assuming he's telling the truth, of course.
Assuming.
Does the name Priscilla mean anything to you?
Afraid not, young man.
Okay. Alright.
Do you often come to this establishment, Darius?
Oh, yes. This place is better than any doctor or hospital. It has exactly the cure I need.
Cure? For what?
I'm ill, sir. Just as you are. Just as we all are. Infected by a terrible disease known as life.
Speak for yourself.
But spend a few
Yeah.
hours in here with the
Bill's
intoxicating
like,
nectar
"Not
of the
me."
poppy, and you'll find nothing can defeat you.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, young man. May you find peace and happiness.
May you find peace and happiness.
They're really dedicated to their theme in here, aren't they?
Alright, so... let's try going back to the police station. We'll change up the bulletin. If I can. Hi.
Can we talk for a moment, Upton?
Certainly. What's on your mind?
I need to update.
Can I try giving you that description again? I may have more details now.
Sure. More details will definitely help.
Cool.
Could you describe the man's height and build?
Yes.
He's tall, with a large build.
All right. What color is his hair?
Red.
I'm certain it's red.
All right. Do you know of any unique details that might make him easier to identify?
So,
I was told he was dressed all in black.
I see. Well, I'll put out the bulletin, but that's a bit of a generic
so
description.
I'm still missing something.
All right. The bulletin is out. I'll let you know if I hear anything.
Thanks, Upton. I appreciate the help.
Okay. So, we're looking for Priscilla. This is the other dude I need to go talk to. Tom Puffin, Singing Tom.
I beg your pardon. Are you Tom Puffin?
I am. How may I help you?
Miles Fordham, private investigator. I wanted to ask you a few questions.
Questions? Have I done something wrong?
No, Mr. Puffin. I simply believe you may have some information that I need.
Very well, then.
His hair looks very wild. Oh, his hair is weird.
What were you doing on election night, Mr. Puffin?
Election night? That was ages ago, wasn't it?
It was 4 nights ago, to be precise.
Oh, you have to understand. I have trouble recalling what I ate for breakfast this morning, let alone
He sounds
what
like
happened
me.
4 nights ago.
Well, isn't that convenient?
Do try to remember, Mr. Puffin. It's quite important.
Well, I know I voted at my local polling place, the Silent Raven. And then, I'm not sure, actually.
Do you recognize the man in this photo?
Is that? No, never mind.
What is it?
Well, for a moment, I thought it was someone else, but I was clearly mistaken.
So
Is
you
that
don't recognize this person
The
then?
clothes? Because of
Afraid
the
not.
clothes?
Who is he?
His name is, or rather was, Ronan Lespay.
What? Is he dead?
He is. I'm trying to find out who killed him.
Well, I hope you find your man, Mr. Fordham.
So it's definitely something to do with the clothes.
Do you know anything about the murder outside the Silent Raven?
Murder?
Yes, a man was shot. Did you see or hear anything?
I don't remember. I don't think so, no.
How long were you at the Raven that evening?
Not very long, I don't think. I went, voted,
I don't
stayed
think.
for a drink, and then I left.
You recall what you did the rest of the evening?
Not specifically. I probably went home and went to bed, like I always do.
Are you in the habit of using opium, Mr. Puffin?
What? Why would you think that?
I met your friend Darius. He told me you share a pastime.
All right, yes, I do enjoy a visit to the opium den from time to time.
Probably why his memory is
From time to time?
shit.
More like morning, noon, and night.
Have you found the drug has had any adverse effects?
Yeah.
Memory loss, for example.
I admit I'm not quite as quick as I used to be, but without it, I'm in constant pain.
Is that right?
I fell off a horse when I was 15, and ever since then, my back's not been right. The doctors haven't been able to help. The poppy is my only comfort. I
Yeah.
wish there were another way.
It might be worth seeking a more professional opinion about the effects of opium.
Yeah.
Does the name Priscilla mean anything to you?
Priscilla? What does that have to do with anything?
The name has come up in my investigation. Is it someone you're acquainted with?
No, it isn't. I don't know anyone by that name.
He certainly seemed concerned about her, though.
I'll
Yeah,
let you
his
resume your
reaction
practicing, Mr. Puffin.
was a bit strange.
Thank you.
But
Have a blessed day.
all right.
Prayer candles? People think lighting one of these is going to solve their problems. If only it were that easy. Also, what happens if they go out? Does that mean your prayer gets canceled?
Does that mean your prayer gets
What?
canceled?
It's an important question. The more I think about it, the more I want to test my theory about prayers being canceled if the candles go out.
Oh my god. No, I don't want to blow on that. Am I just gonna blow them all out?
Well, that's all of them. Hope you made a wish.
I feel like that was
This angel looks like it would
unnecessary.
throw its lamp at you as soon as you
That's
turned
fine.
your back on it.
That's fine. That was kind of a
What a racket.
bitch move,
I'm
but
glad you're not a member of this church. Sitting through Sunday Mass would drive me insane. Now this is one intriguing chest. If only we could search it without arousing any suspicions.
oh, really? Okay, interesting. Oh my goodness! Eva! Thank you for bringing your people across. How are you? Welcome on in, folks. I don't think... I'm not sure if I have a mod to give you a shout out. How are you? What were you playing? What were you up to? What were you doing? Thank you for being with the people across. We're doing a point and click. You were suing? I don't know what that is. Was it fun? Nice try. Here, I'll do it. Da, 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 da. There we go. Osu. I have no idea what Osu is. Not a clue. Well, welcome on in, folks. For those of you who are new here, hi, I'm Robin. Or Tiger Lil, or Tiger Lil. However you would like to say it, and I'm a small-time variety streamer on Twitch. We're doing some Lamplight City. Osu's a rhythm game. Oh, okay. I'm just playing Kirby early. Okay. Kirby is cute. Point and click rhythm game. Well, I do love point and click, so as far as that goes. Yeah, this is Lamplight City. This is, it's all different cases. So you play this detective here, and, your very first case, you lose your partner, but he's, like, with us still in, like, ghost form. He's, like, in our brains. He actually reminds me of, did you ever watch Grimm? Does anyone know the show Grimm? I have to get away from this organ, it's driving me nuts. He reminds me, the guy that played the main character in Grimm, I feel like he would be able to play this guy in, like, if they were to make, like, a movie version of it. But yeah, it's fun. It's puzzly. Your default dancing. What's your default dance? Does it have a name, though? Like, is it the twist? The mashed potato? I can't think of any. Is it, like, one of the new ones? The default dance. Okay. I don't know what the default dance is, but I'm sure it's fun. You've seen the end of it a couple of times. Oh, nice. Okay. No, I loved Grimm. It was great. Where do I need to go next? Let's go back to the Silent Raven, where the guy was murdered. Ask some more questions. But yeah, this is a great little indie game. It's on sale, I think, still at the moment. You meant to say the failed dance. So it's not the default dance, it's the failed dance. I mean, that pretty much describes me every single time I dance, period, but I didn't realize it was, you know, an actual name for it. It's great.
Excuse me, barmaid?
Hi, what do you need?
It was very shocking. Some of the cases have been very, very shocking. We're on case number 4. It's good. I do recommend checking it out. I like some of the other games this developer has made as well, so.
I was given the physical description of a man, and I was wondering if you might recognize him if I told you.
Perhaps. Go on, then.
He's tall, of strong build, with a beard or mutton chops, dressing all in black and possibly wearing a
red
cap.
hair.
Bit vague, wouldn't you say? That covers about half our clientele.
I was afraid that might be the case. Did you notice anyone of that description here on election night?
No. Can't say I did, sorry.
Lamplight City. What wasn't it? They also did, I did see, Lake has had DLC for a little bit. It's Grundislav Games. They also did, what's the other one? A Golden Wake. That's where I know them from. So what now? Now we try and find a murderer.
Anything to you?
It's very important.
I appreciate you taking the time to chat.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
she was not helpful. So, where do I go now? Let's go ask the sister if she recognizes any of these people.
Have you got time for a few more questions, Mrs. Morgan?
Yes, of course.
Did Ronan know anyone named Priscilla?
Priscilla? No, I never heard that name before. Who is she?
No idea.
Just a name that's come up in my investigation.
Yeah,
I wonder
Jimbo's...
if Ronan had finally met a young woman.
No.
Oh, boy. Now you've done it.
No, it's Jimbo.
Are you familiar with someone who goes by the name Jimbo?
No, I don't think so. Who is that?
A friend of Ronan's.
No, as I told you, I didn't know Ronan to have any friends. I especially don't recall him mentioning anyone called Jimbo.
Those are all the questions I have for now.
All right, Mr. Fordham.
I feel like the sister wasn't very open to the idea that her brother didn't want a woman, but had a male friend. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where the case takes us. Oh, where to go? What's my casebook say? Have I missed something at Ronan's apartment? Let's go back to his apartment. Maybe I missed something. We already looked at the bookshelf, which helped us get into the opium den with this. So that's fine. Is there any... Oh, here we go. Read entry from July 8th. Oh.
There are 2 entries, one from this year and one from last.
So, start with last year's.
July 8th, 1843. I've decided I need to get out more, so I'm going to a club in Gascon tonight.
Okay.
Stuffing animals has taken its toll, and I need to talk to someone who isn't Emily or my coworkers. Gerald told me about a place called the Crimson Cat.
Crimson
I'll
Cat,
try
okay.
it, and if I don't enjoy myself, I'll just come home. Now for this year's entry.
Yeah.
July 8th,
Yeah, okay,
1844.
exactly.
Today is our 1-year anniversary. We're going to meet at the cat
Yeah,
again.
see,
I
Jimbo.
love him, but I wish he wasn't so attached to that place. Emily is so nosy, I worry that she might follow me and discover
Yeah.
the truth about Jimbo.
He was keeping it
If we
secret.
moved around, I wouldn't worry, but with him, it's always the Crimson Cat. I really shouldn't complain, though. What we have is something truly special.
Well, it seems that our best hope of finding this Jimbo character is to visit
Alright.
the Crimson Cat.
Off to the Crimson Cat, then. Crimson Cat.
Ah, the Crimson Cat. One of my favorite underground clubs. Ooh, I spent some wild nights here. Which reminds me, I wonder if Stefan is still working the bar these days.
Because I'm pretty sure they indicate that Bill, his partner who died, was gay. It's like subtle, but I'm pretty sure they
Call me
sort of
old-fashioned, but I've always felt the
mentioned it.
piano should be played by an actual human. These automated ones just don't have any soul.
Do they even still make these nowadays? I
Looks
don't
like a
think
view
so,
of
right?
Claremont Street with St. Denis Cathedral in the background.
Okay.
Looks like they've got Bollingworth,
All dressed all in
Millhopper,
black?
and Brooklyn Lager. Not a bad set of beers.
Beg your pardon. Your name wouldn't happen to be Jimbo, would it?
Yeah? Who's asking?
Miles Fordham, private investigator.
Can a
He
guy
doesn't-
enjoy his shore leave without being harassed by the law? I've done nothing wrong.
I didn't say you had, and I'm most certainly not the law. I just want to ask you a few questions.
All right, fine.
Who's Jimbo? So he definitely has mutton chops.
Where does the name Jimbo come from?
It's just a nickname. My real name's James Bowcroft.
And what is it you do?
I'm a sailor. I thought you detective types were supposed to be extra observant. Shouldn't you be able to tell me what my occupation was just by looking at my fingernails or something?
Sorry to disappoint. Perceptiveness
dear.
is important in my line of work, but I'm also just a man.
So,
I think perhaps Jimbo has been reading too many of those detective stories. And
what would be my theme song? Oh my god. My theme song. Chat, what would be my theme song? Oh my god. I don't know, it's changed. Once upon a time, I would say in my 20s, it was Mulan's Reflection. It literally changes. At one point, a few years ago, I would say, it was like Rip and Tear from Doom. I think it changes. I don't know. What would your theme song be? I have no idea. I don't know what mine would be. Mine changes.
You know Ronan Spay?
I knew him, yeah.
Knew him?
He and I haven't spoken recently. In about a month, actually. Things didn't go so well last time.
How do you mean?
Let's just say we didn't part on the best of terms. He made it very clear that he didn't want to speak to me again.
Does the name Priscilla mean anything to you?
Yes, that's my ship, the SS Priscilla.
I see. Did Ronan know about it?
Of course. He always used to ask me to bring him back some exotic souvenir.
Were you aware that Ronan was murdered?
What? No, when? What happened?
He was shot outside a tavern in Chumley 4 nights ago.
It's such a shame.
Chumley? What was he doing there?
I was hoping perhaps you could tell me.
I honestly don't know. Ronan hardly went out, and he especially never crossed the river.
Why was that?
I think he was just too scared of the world to go out and see it for himself. He was happy enough reading about it in his books or collecting things I brought him back from my travels.
Called TV static.
Honestly, that's what I liked most about him. He was just an average, boring man. It was just the sort of balance I needed in my life.
That's pretty much the exact same reason I always enjoyed working with you, Miles.
You and Ronan had a special relationship, didn't you?
Mr. Fordham, we're in an underground club. You don't have to tap dance around it. Yes, Ronan and I were a couple. At least up until last month.
I guess in 1844 as well.
asking.
You wouldn't
We had
talk
a
about it.
misunderstanding. Ronan thought I had been seeing someone else. He was extremely jealous. I tried to explain that he had it all wrong, but he wouldn't hear me out. I was going to give him some time to cool off, but, well, that's not going to happen now,
It's
is
got to
it?
be
If
connected
it's
to...
any consolation, I found a letter you wrote him, which he still kept in his desk.
Damn. Thank you for telling me that.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Alright. So...
Seagrave's Stasholine, high-quality mustache wax. You know, I always wondered what you'd look like with a mustache.
So, hold on. There was a dude, there was a strange man that was seen outside, and it was like he's dressed all in black and he's got mutton chops. So, this strange man is trying to imitate Jimbo. So, or at least that's what it seems like.
Attention customers. Use of Dr. Tennyson's vigor pills while under the influence of alcohol may cause loss of consciousness. It's nice to see this establishment looking out for its patrons. Good old Bollingworth Ale. Unlike so many other things in life, it never lets you down. Well, not while you're drinking it anyway. The next morning is another story entirely.
Yep, and that gets worse with
This place
age.
has been around for quite some time. That well-dressed feline is Red, the official mascot.
Alright, so... It seems like someone's trying to frame Jimbo. Where do I go next? Were mutton chops not very common in 1844? Well, no, apparently the description is very common. That was a problem. The thing is, apparently, what the guy talks about, one of the descriptions was when the guy took off his hat, he had red hair, that he had a black beard that, like, slipped down. So that says to me they were trying to disguise themselves. And I'm like, Jimbo very obviously has the mutton chops. So that seems to me to be... potential indicator that he was being framed.
Mostly cookbooks. Yeah, at least you won't have to worry about starving while you're staying here.
Don't think there's anything. Nothing here. Talk to the sister again, maybe?
Nothing new to ask her about.
Nope. Okay. Police station?
Can we talk for a moment, Upton?
Certainly. What's on your mind?
See if there's anything new here. No, that's just gonna ask me again for a description, which is not helpful. Let's go see if there's anything new in the mortuary.
Pardon me, Edwards.
Yes?
Oh, this is just gonna ask about the election. Oh no, opium effects.
Edwards, you know much about the effects of opium?
Quite a great deal, unfortunately. It's all the rage these days. Most people use it to calm the nerves or relieve pain, but it's highly addictive and has numerous adverse effects.
Again, opium,
Such
I think,
as?
is...
It depends, really. Most common are sweating, nausea, memory loss, or blurred vision. But more serious cases can lead to hallucination, violent mood swings, coma, or even death. I just had a case in here a few weeks ago who died from an opium overdose. It wasn't pretty.
Doesn't sound like it. Thanks for the information, Edwards.
Anytime.
Let's
What are
just
your
ask
thoughts
about
on
the
the
election so that it's...
There was an election?
Oh god.
I think our friend Edwards needs to get out a bit more.
I'll be going now, Edwards.
Take care, Fordham.
Okay. So... Where's my casebook? Had red hair, wore a cap, dressed all in black. We're looking for a .36 caliber pistol. He was extremely inebriated at the time of death. Before Ronan was shot, someone shouted the name Priscilla, so potentially it has something to do with the ship. Sweating, nausea, memory loss, or blurred vision. Okay. Maybe we go back. We go back to... Don't think there's anything to ask this guy, but we'll check. Cormac.
Moment of your time, if I may.
Right, we'll make it quick.
Right, we'll make it quick.
I wonder if you could tell me if you saw a man of this description at the Silent Raven on election night. He's tall, strong build, with a beard or mutton chops, dressing all in black and possibly wearing a cap.
Oh, aye. Cormac remembers seeing a fella like that.
Cormac talks
was he
about himself
doing?
in the third person.
Kept going in and out of the bar. When he was inside, he stood near the voting booths, hardly moving a muscle.
And when he was outside?
That, Cormac couldn't say.
Did you notice anything else about him?
Yes, Cormac noticed him come in and speak with Nicole, the barmaid, after the commotion outside.
Interesting.
Is that right? It's very interesting.
It is. So Nicole's holding out on us.
Do you know anyone named Priscilla?
Ah, that's not a name Cormac knows.
Frankly, I'm surprised it's not the name of one of his tools.
I'll let you return to your work.
Be mindful on your way out.
Okay, so... Nicole's holding out on us. Go have a word with her.
Excuse me, barmaid?
Hi, what do you need?
You know that description I gave you earlier? Of the tall man in black?
Yeah, what about it?
I spoke with Cormac, and he told me he saw you speaking with someone fitting that description shortly after the murder occurred.
All that.
And you believed him? Cormac's a good sort, but he's not exactly reliable.
I'd say he's twice as reliable as you are. Now tell me the truth, or I'll let you in as an accomplice to murder.
All right, relax. I don't know the man by name, but he came to me after the commotion outside and paid me a few crowns to keep my mouth shut about it. I didn't ask any more questions, and I wasn't about to refuse some extra cash. That was that, I swear.
That's not good enough. I need some way to find this man. Is there anything else you can tell me?
Well, I did notice he had a scar on his left cheek. Kind of looked like a shepherd's crook. But that's all, really.
Suppose that'll have to do.
Hmm.
I appreciate you taking the time to chat.
Yeah.
And, like, not lying to me this time. Cheers for that. All right, let's go and give this description. All right. Let's update the
Can we talk
description.
for a moment, Upton?
Certainly. What's on your mind?
The strange man.
Can I try giving you that description again? I may have more details now.
I definitely have more details
More
now.
details will definitely help. Could you describe the man's height and build?
He's tall, with a large build.
All right. What color is his hair?
I'm certain it's red.
All right. Do you know of any unique details that might make him easier to identify?
Yes, he has a scar on his left cheek in the shape of a shepherd's crook.
Good. That will be helpful.
Yay.
All right, I'll put out the bulletin. Give me a moment. All right, the bulletin is out. I'll let you know if...
Upton? Just got your bulletin.
Hello, Giles. Have you got something for me?
As a matter of fact, I've got someone in the jail fitting your description perfectly.
Oh.
You don't say.
Yup. Name's Harvey Presser. Got picked up a couple of days ago.
For
Thank
what?
you, Giles.
All
You
right.
heard the man, Fordham. You've got yourself someone to interrogate over at Bow Street.
Okay, interesting. Where's the jail? Jail.
Fordham? You look even worse than the last time I saw you.
We can't all manage to keep looking as good as you, Giles.
What brings you back?
I need to talk to your prisoner with the red hair.
I'm looking to speak with your prisoner.
Presser? I just got off the horn with Upton about him. Seems you're not the only one interested in finding the man.
Then I suppose it's lucky I got here first.
Suppose so.
What was he brought in for, exactly?
Yeah.
He's the suspected leader of a cooping gang. Makes me glad I didn't bother to vote. All those dirty politics are just a waste of time.
Oh.
And people wonder why nothing in Parliament ever changes.
So this might be a red herring. He may have just been there messing with the polling booths? Voter fraud?
Harvey Presser, I presume.
Who's asking?
Miles Fordham. I'm a private investigator.
What do you want from me?
Just a few minutes of your time. You don't have anywhere to be, do you?
Hardy ha. Ask what you want, but I'm not answering anything until I see a lawyer.
Do you recognize the man in this ferrotype?
Should I?
His name is Ronan Lespay. He was shot outside the Silent Raven on election night.
That's a real shame.
Are you saying you
He
know
seems
nothing
really
about the
broken up
murder
about it.
outside the Silent Raven on election night?
Not a thing. I've never even heard of the Silent Raven.
Is that right? Because I've spoken to at least 3 people who swore they saw you there that night.
Yeah, and you're not police, so that doesn't scare me. You can't do a thing about it.
Interesting.
This guy's starting to get on my nerves. There has to be a way to make him talk.
All right, so
I hear you were arrested for leading a cooping gang. Is that right?
I don't have to tell you a
Cooping.
thing. You're not a copper.
That's all the questions I have for now.
Good. Leave me in peace.
okay, so we have to get him to talk. All right. Sorry, yawning again. I swear it's the lights. The lights make me sleepy. But if I don't have the lights on, then I go invisible. Should we go back to the cathedral? Talk to Mato? Again?
Could I have another moment of your time, Mr. Puffin?
Yes, I suppose so.
God, his hair is so weird.
How did you become choir master of this church?
Oh, well, I studied music at the University of New Britannia. Once I completed my studies, I began writing symphonies in hopes of securing a patron, but I had no luck. So I decided to focus on choral compositions. I said a few pieces to the bishop, and he offered me the position.
And you enjoy it?
Oh, yes, sir, immensely. I'm able to continue composing songs for our choir, as well as teach music to our young members. I take my church duties very seriously.
What else do you do besides lead the choir?
Just a few things here and there, making sure the aisles and the pews are clean, tending to the prayer candles, that sort of
Oh,
thing.
all the prayer candles that I blew out?
It seems that all the prayer candles have gone out.
Have they? Blast, I keep saying there's a draft, but nobody's done anything about it.
Oh.
Excuse me for a moment, won't you?
Perfect. I can search this chest. While he's doing other
Let's
things.
hope this chest hasn't got squeaky hinges.
Right? Dearest Ned, your last letter made me giggle with delight. I just cannot stop dreaming of the day we can finally make our dreams come true and live together as man and wife. I think it would be just the most splendid idea to get a puppy. I've already begun thinking of names. How does Woofy sound? All my love, P. Like Priscilla? P for Priscilla? Yeah, sir.
Could I have another moment of your time, Mr. Puffin?
Yeah.
Yes, I suppose so.
Yes, I can.
Do you know anyone named Ned?
Ned? Well, yes, I do. My nephew, Ned Bunkridge.
Your nephew?
Yes, why do you ask?
Well.
Where might I find Ned? I'd like to speak with him.
Is everything all right? Ned hasn't gotten into any trouble, has he?
We don't know yet.
I always tell him just because he's training his body, that's no excuse to pick fights.
No, he hasn't gotten into any trouble.
Oh, well, he lives in Lyon, at 511 Parkside Terrace.
Right. Thank you for the information.
Cool.
So, what do you think of the election results?
All right, the election. Who won?
Leroy. He beat Atwood by a significant margin.
Oh.
Hey,
I suppose that's
Silverheart, how you
good.
doing?
I think I may have voted for him, but I'm not sure.
That's
I'll let you resume your practicing, Mr. Puffin.
Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. Have a blessed day. Alright, let's go to Lyon, which is over here, Ned's residence.
Right this way, sir. Mr. Bunkridge is in his gymnasium.
Thank you, my good man.
Well, you take a look at this place, and take a look at him. Maybe you should consider doing some training yourself, Miles. You aren't getting any younger after all.
Oh, really? Do you, Silverheart? Oh.
This seems to be where Ned keeps his extra equipment, and assorted other garbage. Oh, look, maybe you can slip these on and go a couple of rounds with Ned. If that's his best right hook, he'll be a pushover. And after that expert knockout you delivered Officer Grant, he won't stand a chance.
That's true, we did do that. That's right.
What in the ether is that supposed to be? Looks like some kind of medieval torture device. And again, so does most of his newfangled exercise equipment.
All exercise equipment looks like torture devices. Not even kidding.
Excuse me, Mr. Bunkridge?
Oh.
Right,
hello.
okay.
Who are you?
I'm Miles
Got some
Fordham,
abs.
a private investigator. Your valet let me in.
Right, of course. What can I do for you?
I have a few questions for you, if you'd be so kind.
Yes, all right. I
Yeah,
could use a
Bible
bit
Belt.
of a rest anyway.
Tell me about your uncle.
You know Tom?
I've met him, yes. He's the one who told me where you lived.
Oh, right.
He gave you
well,
up.
my uncle is an interesting man.
Is that an interesting of the good or bad variety?
I really wish he would take better care of himself is all. I have the feeling that he's on some sort of drug, although he always denies it.
What gives you that impression?
Well, most of the time he acts completely normal. He goes to work, visits with me. Sometimes we go out together to the theater or a gallery. But some days his mood changes. He goes very solitary, won't leave his house, gets short with me. One time I went to visit him. I heard him yelling along with what sounded like furniture being knocked about. It only happened once, but it worried me. I hope Tom isn't in any sort of trouble.
Opium is one hell of a drug.
Yeah.
It's a good thing you never got to that point with the soporific, or Adelaide would have thrown you out much sooner.
Are you all right, Mr. Fordham?
Yes, I'm fine.
What? Too soon?
Bill! Jeez.
Could you give me Tom's address?
You don't have it? I thought you said you'd spoken with him.
I visited him at the cathedral.
But if he's there,
Oh, it's
why
great.
do you want his address?
On second thought, never mind.
I'll come back to that.
Are you familiar with a man named Ronan Le Spay?
Never heard of him.
I have his portrait. Maybe you recognize him?
No, I've never seen this man before, but... Huh.
Clothing.
How about that?
What is this? What is with this
The
clothing?
detail in this ferrotype is a bit fuzzy, but his facial features and hair, they vaguely resemble mine.
You know, now that he mentions it, it's true.
Oh.
Le Spade does bear a passing resemblance to this fellow. Not quite as handsome, though.
So, you know nothing about the murder outside the Silent Raven 4 nights ago?
That's right. I don't even know what the Silent Raven is.
It's a bar in the Chum.
Well, that explains it. For one thing, I don't go to that part of town. A man like me sets foot in that den of ruffians, and I'll have every Tom, Dick, and Harry challenging me to a fight. Not that I couldn't take them, but
it's
I
either
have
mistaken
better ways to
identity
train
or
my
he was
body
set
than
up.
beating thugs. Anyway, I don't drink. Dulls the mind and softens the body.
I see. Well, just thought I'd ask.
I'm sorry I can't help you, Mr. Fordham, but I hope you solve whatever it is you're investigating. You seem like a nice enough sort.
Yeah. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I think he misunderstands the type of grappling they do there. No, at the Silent Raven, he understands it. The other, the Crimson Cat, that's a different type of grappling that they would do there.
Does the name Priscilla mean anything to you?
Yes, it most certainly does. My lady love is named Priscilla Poundstone.
I see. What can you tell me about her?
Oh, she's a darling. I love her very much. Such a kind and gentle soul she is, too. Loves animals, especially dogs.
Animals
We've been
great.
together for ages and are due to be married soon.
When was the last time you saw her?
Saw her? Oh, no, Mr. Fordham. She doesn't live in New Britannia. She attends Miss Threadneedle's Academy for Young Ladies in Cormorant.
She lives in New Holland?
That's right. I've never actually met Priscilla face to face. We communicate exclusively through correspondence.
How did you two get involved?
Her father and mine were old military friends. They decided between them that their children would be engaged.
And you're both in agreement?
Yes. I admit at first I was a bit hesitant, but we share many of the same interests. The distance between us is not a detriment to our love.
I wonder how that will change once they actually begin cohabiting.
Yeah.
So you correspond regularly with Priscilla?
That's right. At least one letter a week. My uncle does me the kindness of acting as courier.
Do you think I might have a look at one of those letters?
What for? They're private correspondence.
I understand, but I feel this is important. Perhaps you could show me one that isn't too personal.
Yes, I suppose that would be all right.
The
In fact,
New Holland.
I think there's a recent one on the shelf there. That's not too private. But you won't need to take it, will you?
No.
Not at all. I just want to have a look.
Okay. Interesting.
You're very into physical conditioning, aren't you?
Interesting.
Oh, you noticed. Yes, I believe that a healthy body is just as important as a healthy mind, if not more so.
Well, he's definitely prioritizing the former.
It's important to keep fit, especially at a job like mine where I'm in a chair most of the day.
What job is that?
I'm a clerk at the Bank of Vespuccia, but someday I hope to leave and teach others about the health benefits of regular exercise. Perhaps even open up my own gymnasium.
Ha! He actually thinks people are gonna go for that. Good luck to him.
They do. People pay good money for that.
How do you feel about the election outcome?
I'm disappointed. Atwood may not have been the greatest PM, but he was pro-steam tech. Sure, the Ligeia incident was a tragedy, but people are too quick to judge. Steam technology is a boon to mankind. It's already enriched my life considerably. It's a shame the progress is going to be held back because of one isolated occurrence.
I agree. Technological advancement doesn't come cheap, but it shouldn't be abandoned entirely.
Okay, so
Thanks
I
for your
need
time.
to ask
Not a problem.
for Tom's address.
Just when I thought I'd seen it all. What will they think of next?
Interesting. The letter? My dearest Ned, I was so happy to receive your last letter. Things are going well here. I'm due to begin my next course within the week. How are things with you? Did you manage to set up that gymnasium you were talking about? You'll have to send me a ferrotype of your new physique.
Wait just a minute. Something's off here. The handwriting in this letter is different to the one we found before. There's something strange going on with this Priscilla.
Oh no.
Could I ask you a few more questions, Mr. Bunkeridge?
All right, but try not to take too long. Don't want to drop my heart rate too much.
About your uncle's address?
What about it? Why do you want it?
I don't know.
I think there's something going on between him and Priscilla.
Something going on? What do you mean?
I found a letter addressed to you from her at the cathedral, and the handwriting is different to the letter you have here.
He has one of her letters? Why would he?
I'm not sure, which is why I'd like to search his home and find out more.
If he's going behind my back, I swear I'll...
Calm yourself, Mr. Bunkeridge.
Do
If I find
nothing.
anything, you'll be the first to know.
All right.
Yeah.
Tom lives at 117 Gimlet Terrace in Worcester.
Or...
Practically neighbors.
Here, I've got a spare key. If you find anything about him and Priscilla, you'll tell me, won't you?
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Bunkeridge. Thanks for your time.
Not a problem.
Or do we think that it's like different women? So they talk. I don't know. No. I don't know. We'll have to see. We're gonna go there next. I'm just gonna take I just want to make another coffee really quick. I know I shouldn't, but I'm going to anyway. So give me a second. I want another coffee. And yes, it is 7:20 at night, and yes, I am going to have another coffee because caffeine doesn't not... Like, it doesn't stop me from sleeping, so it'll be fine. Yes, exactly. Kick-ass. You'll have one, too, with cream and sugar. So, do you know about coffees in Silverheart? Sorry, oh my god. Do you know about coffees in Australia, Silverheart? So we don't do, like... The long black isn't as common here. It's very much like flat whites. So it automatically comes with milk. So I'll have, like, this much it'll be like a shot of coffee, and then milk. I don't put sugar in mine, though. Doesn't stop you, but doesn't not stop you. Kick-ass, my brain isn't working very well. And let's just don't hurt my brain, man. That's mean. Thank you. Yeah, I'll be 2 seconds. Struggling. Okay, I'm here. But anyway, okay. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Random question: are you aware that resistance to stimulants can be an indication of ADHD? I have heard that, and I more than likely do have ADHD, but I have no intention of going and getting diagnosed. I don't think it affects me. I'm 40 years old. Like, what is it going to do at this point? You know what I mean? Like, I have survived and adapted, and I'm not so bad with my attention span that I can't, like, manage it without meds. Does that make sense? Like, I just don't see... But yeah, I have actually... I'm pretty sure I have actually heard that. And I could be wrong. I could have all kinds of trouble getting to sleep tonight. But I was also planning on doing a longer stream, so, like... This will tire me out. Like, this will make me sleepy. So, having a coffee... I don't know. Anyway. I'll be right back. We can talk about this when I'm back. I'll be right back. Thank you for waiting. Sorry to keep you waiting. But alright. I have coffee. I have coffee in my Melbourne mug. Okay. Mm. Oh, that's interesting. Have a dopamine and serotonin deficiency. Huh. Well, regardless. Damn, I make a good cup of coffee. Alright, we were going here. Puffin's residence. Puffin's residence, so it's a pup.
Nice place. Tidy. Nothing incriminating that I can see.
What is this?
People rarely leave anything incriminating out in the open. It's time to have a look around.
Yeah, there's scratches.
That's odd. There are some scratches on the floor next to that statue.
First thing I saw.
Puffin's
I will look
music
around.
room is a bit lacking in comparison to the one in the painting.
Silverheart, 100%. We will do that one day. Best believe.
How about that? Looks like we found Singing Tom's buried treasure.
Oh.
Let's just see what we have here.
Dearest Priscilla, I've completed all my plans and will soon come visit you in Cormorant. Please remember that life in New Britannia is hard, and so I may look a bit more advanced in years than you might expect, Ned.
Interesting stuff. But what about the box itself?
Bro.
It seems Puffin's gun has gone missing. He should really take better care of his things.
Oh my god, he's like trying to steal the girl.
It's empty. It's empty.
So Puffin plays at home too? His poor neighbors.
Bro.
Puffin's daily planner. The man leads an even more boring life than you. Who knew that was even possible? Huh. I was wondering when he was going to show up. Music books. Clearly Puffin has never touched them. No point wasting time searching Puffin's bedroom. I have a feeling that if there's something to find, it's here in the sitting room.
I already found it. It's fine. Anything else in there?
Nothing else in there. Too bad.
No. Wow. Okay, so Tom is pretending to be Ned in order to get... Okay. Yeah, he says...
Huh. I was wondering when he was going to show up.
All right. I think, do we go back? Do we go to Tom or do we go to Ned? Let's take it to Ned.
He hasn't got anything else.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we can't take it to Ned. That's fine. So let's go back. Oi, Cad.
Won't be much more help right now.
Oh, really? Alright. True, go to the police station. Hold on a second.
Can we talk for a moment, Upton?
Certainly.
See
What's
if
on
she
your
has
mind?
anything new?
Upton, what do you have on this Harvey Presser fellow?
Give me a moment, and I'll locate the arrest report.
We also
Here
need to do
are.
this as well.
He was picked up in a bar in Chumley after being identified as the leader of a cooping gang by one of his fellow gang members.
So much for loyalty. Anything else about him?
Not much besides his address.
Give me
That
his
might
address.
be worth looking into.
It's 5885 Riverview Road, right near the asylum.
Ah, wonderful. Maybe afterwards you can drop by and pick out a room.
I have to admit, the
I'll
asylums
let you
that
get
they
back to work.
show in, like...
And you'd better do the same.
I know it's cliche and everything, but, like, Supernatural and all of these, like, they just freak me out so much. So do you know what it is, Silverheart? Because I don't actually know. I assume it has something to do with the election. It's almost like voter fraud, is my understanding. Like, he's stuffing ballot boxes. That's kind of my understanding. That's just based on, like, the surrounding, like, whatever it is. Involves kidnapping people and forcing them to vote, often several times. Oh. Interesting. Alright, where was his house? Near the asylum.
Just a moment!
Oh.
Yeah? What do you want?
There's a child.
Ooh, she doesn't look like the type to take any guff. Better watch yourself, Miles.
I'm a private investigator, and I wanted to ask you a few questions.
Private investigator? What is this about?
I promise I won't take up much of your time.
All right, come in. But try and keep it down. My daughter isn't feeling well, and I don't want her being disturbed.
Poor little thing. I don't want her being disturbed. Let me walk across the hardwood floor in my high heels.
Seems to be a notice from the bank threatening to foreclose on this place if they're late on their rent payment again. No wonder Harvey's taken a second job.
Hard times.
She doesn't look so good.
Less.
Some of those modern steam cleaners. If they use them in this place, they clearly aren't worth a damn.
Also, yeah, making barrels, yeah. That I knew. But I was like, I'm not sure how you can get arrested
It seems
for it.
peasant soup is on the menu tonight.
My god, we have the loudest shoes in history.
Mrs.
This poor
Presser?
child.
Yeah, what?
And also, she seems to be talking very loudly for someone who wanted things to be kept down.
Is your daughter all right?
She's just come down with a bit of something. This stew I'm making will put her right again. I've been giving her regular doses of Pink Bladder's Miracle Tonic, too. I'm sure she'll be back to tearing the house down again in a matter of days. Ticks after her father, that one.
What does your husband do for a living, Mrs. Presser?
Harvey? He's a traveling salesman. Sells steam-powered cleaners like the ones in the corner there.
Oh?
Doesn't make much money on account of most people being afraid of steam tech these days. But Harvey tries his best to provide for me and little Mary. He's a good man. The job takes him out of town for days at a time, but we get by.
And that's all he does?
In prison.
What are you asking? You know something I don't?
No, not at all. I was just curious.
Oh, look, another husband keeping secrets from his wife. There are a copper a dozen around here, it seems.
So what do you do while your husband's away?
Hang on there. What are you playing at? I'm a
No.
married woman.
I
That's
really
not-
wanted to know a bit more about you, that's all. I meant
Yeah.
no disrespect.
I'm
Is
married.
that your game? Asking innocent
no.
ladies about
I'm
themselves so you
married.
can have your way?
He doesn't have to worry about being mistaken for innocent, that's for sure.
No, you know what? Just forget I said anything. You know a man named Ronan Lespay?
Never heard of him.
And you've never seen the man in this ferrotype?
Nope. And I'm glad I haven't. Looks like a real pushover.
Are you pleased with the election results?
Yeah, I'm glad that no-good high muckamuck Outwood was voted out. Maybe now they can finally get to work on that bridge to Gascon we've been promised for so long.
But won't Leroy's opposition to steam tech be bad for your husband's business?
Maybe, but Harvey's always managed to land on his feet. If it comes down to it, I'm sure he'll be able to find a new job in no time. I was never too keen on him selling those contraptions anyway. It'll be a relief to get them out of the house.
Unfortunate.
I don't have any more questions for you, Mrs. Presser.
So...
Good.
Okay. Okay.
Some of those modern steam cleaners.
This poor kid.
A man's coat. Seems Harvey wasn't expecting to be out for very long.
Okay, so will we have something to use for Harvey now to get him to talk, and that's his sick daughter? Potentially? Excuse me?
A few more questions for you, Mr. Presser.
Whatever you say.
I had a little chat with your wife. You have a lovely family.
Mildred? How did you...
I may not be with the police anymore, but that doesn't mean I can't still get the information I need.
You didn't tell her about me being in jail, did you?
Don't worry. It was quite obvious your wife has no idea what you're involved in. As a man who values discretion, I thought it best not to shatter her illusions.
That's awfully decent of you.
Of course, I might change my mind, unless you start to cooperate.
I have to say, Miles, you've become a real natural at this tough cop role.
All right, fine. I'll talk. Just leave my family out of it.
Reminds me of a skit from the Three Stooges. There were census takers, and when they knocked on the door, they say, "Good morning, sir. Are you married or happy?" And the man at the door instinctively ducks, only for Mo to get hit in the face with a flower vase. Oh, God. Are you married or happy? I actually I sent around, it was a little bit insensitive of me, but I sent around a Instagram reel or like video that I found, and it was this guy talking about how if you're a man, you should get married because it settles men down. They tend to live longer. They get paid more at their jobs. And there was something else. I said, but for a woman, married women, they tend to live less long. They're not as healthy, and that sort of thing. And so it was saying that the healthiest and happiest section, like subsection of society, are unmarried women with no children. And I sent it to a friend of mine because I'm always joking with her, because obviously with my family history, I was like, I'll be lucky if I make 50. And I sent it to her and I was like, well, now obviously I know the truth. I'm obviously going to live to be like 100. But the only problem is the friend that I sent it to is engaged to be married, and she's just told me, like literally like 2 nights ago, that she's pregnant. I was like, Didn't really think that one through. It's like, sorry. It's like, love you. Sorry. But she wants it, so, you know, it's fine. It's fine.
Do you recognize the man in this ferrotype?
Yes, I do. That's Mr. Lespay.
And how is it you know him?
I was assigned to watch him and then pick him up on election night.
Assigned? By whom?
My employer. I'd really rather not name names, Mr. Fordham.
I don't care about your employer. What I care about is what you were doing with Mr. Lespay.
Well, it was a cooping scheme. He was one of the people I was told to pick up.
Tell me more about this cooping scheme.
I got paid to find men to vote for Atwood. Simple, really. Once I found a good mark, I followed him a bit, knocked him out, then took him to the coop, a little room I rented near the Raven.
Oh.
I had about 5 men on election night, including Lespay. Got them all liquored up and walked them over to the polls. Once each of them voted, we'd walk back over to the coop. I'd change the clothes, maybe give them a fake beard, and walk back for another vote. Did it for myself, too, so people would be less likely to notice. Kept it up for a few hours.
That's why he was wearing clothes that
until
didn't
the
fit
murder.
him.
Tell me what you know about the murder outside the Silent Raven.
The most important thing I can tell you is that I didn't kill him.
I believe that.
You know who did?
Not a clue. I was inside the bar when I heard the gunshot. I went outside to see what had happened and found Lespay on the sidewalk.
And what happened next?
What do you think? I panicked.
Yeah.
He was in my care. I wasn't expecting anyone to get killed.
I think Mr. Presser has a wildly different definition of the word care.
Yeah,
I
but
went
he was.
inside
He
and
was
gave
in
the
his
barmaid
care.
10 crowns to keep her mouth shut. Clearly, that was money misspent. Then I went back home. Told my wife I was going away on a business trip for a few days, just in case.
Oh, that's interesting, Silverheart.
Good thing I did, too. I might get out of this with her none the wiser.
What makes you so sure they'll let you out?
Me? I'm just a small fish, but I could talk and talk about whales. That's valuable information.
Quite the shrewd negotiator, this one. I think his skills have been wasted.
Is this your first time in jail?
Yeah, actually. Suppose you think I'm just some criminal scum, born for the gibbet? I'm not a bad man, Mr. Fordham. I just made some mistakes. You've met my family. I'd do anything for them.
I believe
anything.
I suppose no good deed goes unpunished.
You can say that again.
That's all the questions I have for now.
Okay, so...
Good. Leave me in peace.
So... Oh, sorry. I have like 0 suspects. Can we go back to... Is there anything else? Did I look in this drain? Oh.
Yesterday's rain has made the water level rise significantly. Is it just me, or does it look like there's something resting at the bottom of the drain?
I haven't done this.
If there is, I have no way of getting to it through the drain cover.
I find you
Securely
irresistible.
fastened.
Hey,
Unfortunately,
Whenever that
Woody.
beautiful face of
If
yours
only there was
breaks
some
into
way
a
to undo
smile,
these bolts and
my
remove
heart
the drain
lifts.
cover.
Why am I having coffee? This is my second coffee. So I had a coffee at 6 p.m. and this is coffee number 2 at 7:30. It's so I hang around longer, Woody. You're welcome. So I need something.
Securely fastened, unfortunately for you.
Okay, so I need to undo the bolt. You don't want me to hang around? Alright, I'll end stream. No worries. Guys, Woody says to end stream.
Your mascot seems to be a raven with a glowing red eye. Is that meant to attract customers?
He said I
or to
should
scare
finish
them
up.
off?
He doesn't want me here. It's time for me to go.
She doesn't seem the type for idle chat. Best way.
Ah, okay. Bubblegum on a shoestring. I think I need to open up the thing. That is really early in an hour. Although I've 100% done that, but that's usually after work. I need to make cookies, but I will do that probably tomorrow. It's nice to see you too, Woody.
Moment of your time, if I may.
I need a...
Right, I'll make it quick.
I need a tool.
Would you be able to remove the cover of a storm drain?
Yes, of course, sir. Cormac's got the right tool for the job. Just a few twists from old Mary here, and any drain will open up like a Christmas rose.
Speaking of Christmas.
Would you be able to open the storm drain outside the Silent Raven?
Suppose so, yes. But Cormac ain't allowed to just open up drains as he sees fit.
Of course he's not.
What do you want this drain open for?
I believe there's a vital piece of evidence at the bottom of the drain.
You don't say.
It's quite true. It may even help me solve a murder.
Well then, in that case,
Cormac will get the drain open for you. Come on,
Thanks.
there's not a moment to lose.
Cormac, you're kind of a cutie, even though you talked about yourself in the third
That's
person.
the one. Right, won't be a moment.
My plans for Christmas, Scotsman.
There we are.
Thanks,
Thank
man.
you for your help, Cormac.
Not a problem. Now, if you don't mind, Cormac's just going to pop inside for a quick pint.
It's like, since I'm here. I am babysitting Millie, or cat-sitting Millie. So I'll be home. I have a friend who's trying to avoid her family, so she'll be on my couch on Christmas. Other than that, no. I've given up trying to make plans for Christmas. They do not work out for me. In fact, if my friend didn't insist on it, I would have quite happily had Christmas alone. I'm being really honest.
Detective work is a dirty job, but someone has to do it. Don't forget to roll up
New
your sleeve.
Year's, same deal.
I really hope there's something down there.
I've never been a New Year's person.
Ugh. This is almost as bad as the time I had to search for that stolen necklace in a pile of horse manure.
I'm really glad I didn't draw the short straw in that case. Well, how about that?
Gun.
A shame the police managed to overlook this.
It's gonna have my fingerprints on it. It's gonna be you and your father for the holidays. That's better than nothing. I would give anything for it just to be me and my dad. Let me tell you. No, wrong place. Sorry. I just, because it's her face, but it's not here. Sorry. Police office. Police station. I will bring... Oh no, see, Scotsman, I love, or used to love Christmas. Loved it. I was always a big, big Christmas nut. But having lost my family, it loses a lot of meaning. Yeah, Christmas is about family, and I've lost mine. So it's very different for me. It's hard for me to feel that joy and that kind of like spirit that I used to. I love Christmas. Always have. I don't like New Year's. New Year's is just another reason for people to drink. And I always hate those sort of holidays. Same reason I don't like Melbourne Cup, or one of the reasons I don't like Melbourne Cup. But yeah. It's
Pardon
just,
me, Edwards.
Yes?
it's not as fun anymore, you know?
I found this pistol at the scene of the Lespay crime. Could you take a look and see if it was used to murder him?
It's all slimy. Where was it?
Sitting at the bottom of a storm drain.
Oh, I suppose that's not as exciting as finding it inside someone's intestines. Did I ever tell you about that post-mortem, by the way?
No.
No, I certainly don't want to hear about it now. How long will it take you to analyze that pistol?
I should have something conclusive within the hour, if you don't mind waiting.
No, it'll give me some time to gather my thoughts.
Okay, so...
Right.
Oh.
I've concluded my analysis, and this gun was definitely used to shoot Mr. Lespay.
Okay.
The bullet I removed from his body is a perfect match.
Thank you, Edwards. That is extremely helpful.
There's one more thing. I cleaned off some of the muck and found the initials JB etched into the handle.
Interesting.
My expertise with guns is purely forensic, so I can't determine if this is the gun's maker or the initials of its owner. That's
I'm gonna
going
say
to have to be your job.
it's the gun
Thank
maker.
you, Edwards. Your help is always appreciated.
JB. Wasn't the name on Puffin's
Yeah,
gun case Jenkins
was.
and Bowen? That's quite a coincidence, wouldn't you say?
I'll be going now, Edwards.
Take care, Fordham.
Miles, have you ever noticed that this Jimbo fellow fits the description of the man loitering outside the taxidermy shop? The barmaid told us she saw someone matching that description at the Raven on election night. Not only that, Priscilla
It's
just so
not
happens
Jimbo.
to be the name of the ship Jimbo works on.
No.
And the pistol used to murder Ronan has the initials JB etched on it.
No.
It could be a coincidence, but I think it's quite reasonable to consider him as a suspect.
It's definitely not him.
Things are starting to fall into place here, Miles. Between the letters, the missing gun, and what Edwards told us about the effects of opium, I think we have enough evidence to consider Puffin a suspect.
That's, yes. 100%. Yeah, Silverheart, that's sort of, like I said, that's sort of my feeling about Christmas. Although it doesn't necessarily drive me to drink. But it's, I understand that feeling of, yeah, it's just not a fun time. Can I talk to one of these guys again?
He hasn't got...
No.
It won't be much more help.
I mean, I think it's Puffin, to be honest. But...
I was wondering if you might answer some questions for
let's
me.
do another little loop.
Of course. What can I help you with?
Oh.
Any thoughts on the recent election?
I'd really rather not talk about it. I don't know how the people of this country could put someone like Hart Leroy in charge.
I know what you mean. Leroy may be a champion of the common man, but Atwood's vision for the future is more important right now.
I couldn't agree more. Leroy wants to forsake all the technological advances of the last decade and take us back to the Dark Ages. Next thing you know, he'll be bringing slavery back.
I doubt he'd go to such extremes.
Perhaps we should drop the subject. I get a bit passionate when it comes to these sorts of things.
Thank you for your help.
You and me
I'm
both.
here to serve.
Ellen always laughs at me when we get into, like, our political conversations or whatever. I can get very, very heated, very passionate, and he always is utterly amused when I get like that. I'm just like... it's really not that funny. But he thinks it is, so... Is there anything else for me to ask Darius?
I have a few more questions for you.
I'm listening.
Yeah,
So
Oni
did you
does as
manage
well.
to get out of here and vote?
Please don't bother me with such trivial matters. Why should I care who leads the government? As long as they don't outlaw places like this, they can do whatever they please.
Is this guy ignorant or just apathetic? Yeah, well, I don't know, and I don't care.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, young man. May you find peace and happiness.
Is this guy apathetic? Is it, or what, ignorant or apathetic? I don't know, and I don't care. I'll have to remember that one. So... Does she have anything left to say? Yes, she does.
Have you got time for a few more questions, Mrs. Morgan?
Yes, of course.
Oh.
Those are all the questions.
All right.
Hold on a second. This is where I go to wrap up my case. I think it's, Puffin. Let me try.
Time?
Yeah.
Let me try.
I've completed my investigation of your brother's murder, Mrs. Morgan.
You have? Oh, that's such a relief to hear. Who killed him?
It was Tom Puffin, choir master at St. Denis Cathedral.
What? But why would a member of the church do something like that?
Puffin is in love with his nephew Ned's fiancée, Priscilla. He's even gone so far as to intercept their letters and write to each of them under false pretenses. Mr. Puffin is also an avid opium user and is prone to fits of rage as well as hallucinations. The evening of the murder, Puffin was at the Silent Raven, and in his opium-induced fog mistook your brother for Ned. He had his pistol on him, and his rage and jealousy got the better of him. Poor Ronan was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time.
And what about the clothes he was wearing? Or why he was in Chumley in the first place?
I'm afraid your brother fell victim to a cooping gang. They dragged him to Chumley and forced him to vote multiple times. He was wearing someone else's clothes as part of a disguise.
My poor brother. So what happens now?
I think we got that right.
Now, I'll inform Miss Upton of my findings, and she'll send an officer along to arrest Puffin. From there, justice will be served accordingly.
I see. Thank you for your help, Mr. Fordham.
It's definitely Puffin, 100%. Accused Tom Puffin of murdering Ronan Lespray.
Tom Puffin?
Yes, may I help you, officer?
You're under arrest for the murder of Ronan Lespay.
What? Oh, God. So it wasn't a dream.
Come along, sir. We need to question you at the station.
You know, Miles, you've been coming in here a lot lately, but you've never looked quite this glum. What's going on?
I've bungled things pretty badly at home. Been staying with a friend the past couple of weeks.
I see. What happened?
I haven't been honest with my wife. Coming here and drowning my sorrows hasn't really helped, oddly enough.
Oddly enough.
Yet, it's all I can do to keep from going crazy.
You know, Miles, I've seen and heard a lot of things over the years. Some of the stories would turn your hair white. But through it all, I've come to learn one thing. It's usually not too late to make things better, but only if you let yourself try.
Thank you for the advice, Patrick.
All I can do is give it, Miles. Whether you choose to take it or not is entirely up to you. Now, would you like another gin?
Say no.
No, thank you. This time I really do need to be on my way.
There we go. Visit
I should
Adelaide.
go and see how my wife is doing.
I see. Well, have a good night, Miles. And good luck to you.
We gotta get back together with Adelaide.
Who in the ether?
Adelaide, we love you.
Miles? This is a surprise.
Addie, it's so good to see you. I've been such an idiot lately.
Well, I'm glad you can admit to it. Would you like to come in?
Very much.
I like the last option was, I've decided to forgive you, because I'm sure that would have gone down an absolute treat.
Was there something you wanted to talk about?
I wanted to make amends for how I acted when we last spoke. I'm sorry I put you through that. I was an absolute ratbag, and I hope you can forgive me.
I still don't appreciate you keeping things from me. Where have you been all this time, anyway?
Upton's been letting me stay with her.
Better than sleeping under a bridge, I suppose.
Yes, although I don't know how much longer I can impose on her generosity.
Are you asking me to let you come back here?
Oh. Ooh. Guys, do I tell her the truth? Do I do yes, and I think it's time I finally told you the truth? Or do I say, I've missed you dearly, Addie, haven't you missed me? Now remember, telling her the truth is admitting that we hear the voice of our dead partner ongoing. And this is 1844, when asylums are a thing. So, what do we think? Silverheart reckons truth? Can I save it? Where's my save button? Where's my Baldur's Gate 3 save? Quick save. Quick save. That's true. Alright. We're gonna try telling her the truth. It is Adelaide. That's a different character. Adelaide. And Addie deserves the truth. Save scum. I wish I could. This game does not let me do that.
Yes, but I know I need to earn it. That's why I'm finally going to tell you the truth.
Miles, what are you doing? You know this is a terrible idea.
The truth?
About why I've been acting the way I have been since Bill died.
Here we go.
Well, go on. I'm listening.
Don't do it, Miles. You know it's a one-way ticket to Riverview if you do.
I've been hearing Bill's voice ever since he died.
Fordham, what is wrong with you?
His voice?
I can't believe this! You've just destroyed your life! I hope you realize that!
Yes, in my head, at all hours. That's why I was taking the soporific. It was the only way to keep him quiet. Or so I thought. Turns out that alcohol has the same effect.
What does he say to you?
The type of things he'd say when he was alive. Snarky comments, inappropriate jokes. Mainly he nags me to find the flower shop burglar. He thinks doing that will let him find peace and move on.
I see.
I told you you'd think I was crazy.
Don't be ridiculous, Miles. It's nothing like that. It's just, I wish you had told me sooner is all.
I know, but I was afraid.
Well, I'm glad you finally trusted me. You know, you could have all along.
Oh, I really hope this turns out okay.
It is quite a lot to take in. I think I'll need some time to mull it over. But what matters now is that we can work through this together.
I understand.
I really hope it's okay.
Well, I should probably go. It was lovely to see you again, Addie.
Lovely to see you too, Miles.
Perhaps I'll stop by again next week?
Or sooner, if you'd like.
I really hope it works out okay.
Like the men in white coats aren't gonna have you taken away by then.
Right. I'll see myself out then.
Good night, Miles.
Yeah, see, I'm hoping she doesn't, like, turn around and has just sent that to my face, but is now going to... Yeah, see, I'm concerned. We told Adelaide the truth. I mean, we had to tell her eventually.
Fordham, wake up.
Oh, no.
Huh? He just leapt over the side. I don't... Oh, Upton. What's going on?
Goodness, Fordham. You look terrible. Is everything all right?
Just had some trouble sleeping. More than usual.
Well, I hope you've rested enough, because I've got something very important to show you.
Oh, wonderful. If we're sharing information now, are you gonna tell Upton about me as well?
All right, Bill, you need to calm down. Stop yelling. You're not helping.
What is it?
There's been a murder.
I assume this one is special somehow, or you wouldn't be bringing it to me.
I thought that great detectives never assumed.
There are exceptions to every rule.
Anyway, you're right. The victim in question is a member of Parliament. A man named Percival McDonough, to be precise. But this is the real corker. The murder is clearly the work of the Justice Killer.
The Justice Killer? Is that the mass murderer I've been hearing about?
The very same.
Why Justice Killer, though?
It's part of his modus operandi. He kills his victims with a single gunshot to the head, then writes the word justice somewhere in the room with the victim's blood.
Talk about melodramatic.
The police are stumped. This is the killer's 5th victim.
I think it's this flower shop guy.
So you want me to investigate?
Not just yet. First, I need you to look at these sketches.
You took crime scene sketches from the department?
Of course course not. I made copies with the station's Pharaoh duplicator. These killings need to stop, and I believe you can succeed where the department has so far failed.
I'm pretty sure it has to do with the flower killer, the guy who killed Bill.
The police went over each crime scene with a fine-toothed comb and turned up practically no useful physical evidence. I want a second opinion from you. If you can find some sort of link between them, it might be possible to track this monster down.
All right, let's see what we can see. Maybe there's something that Snelling's finest overlooked.
Here are the 4 sketches. Have a look at them and see if you notice anything that might help us find this maniac.
Okay. First. Oh. Please sketch.
Wait, what's that? I see an important clue. Just kidding.
My God, Bill, please.
Boring, just like everything else in this sketch.
There's one flower, though.
Maybe you should write crazy over your bed.
Alright, Bill, if you're gonna be an asshole, like...
Yeah, he's dead. Big deal.
My God. Bill's in a fucking mood.
Boring.
Jesus, Bill. Bill's...
I'm really not in the mood to be analyzing crime scene sketches right now. I don't feel like looking at dead bodies right now. Is there something more exciting we could be doing?
Bill's,
I'm sure this is terribly relevant, but I've got nothing to say about it.
He's very upset because we told Addie the truth.
Were you hoping for some witty insight? Shame, because you're not getting any. Whoever drew this was a hack. That looks more like a piece of toast than a flower.
Interesting.
Oh, what? You actually found something without my help? I'm shocked.
Oh my God, Bill. Jesus Christ. I want to read the newspaper as well, though, really quick. Atwood under fire for alleged cooping scheme. More controversy has emerged after Hart Leroy's landslide victory against Herbert Atwood, as accusations of a pro-Atwood cooping scheme have emerged. Allegedly, Atwood's campaign hired men to find unsuspecting victims, ply them with alcohol, and then force them to vote multiple times in disguise in order to increase Atwood's chance of re-election. Victims were kept in a small room, referred to as a coop, and forced to change clothes several times in order to vote repeatedly. Once they served their purpose, victims were left in back alleys around the city, dazed and confused. Despite the efforts, it was not enough to secure Atwood's victory. The information comes from the alleged leader of a cooping game who agreed to talk. Citizens fear mass murderer. The general mood around New Britannia is one of caution and fear, especially in Cholmondeley. 4 victims have so far been claimed by the so-called justice killer with no apparent motive or link between them. That's what makes it so frightening, said Cholmondeley resident Simon Banks. You have no idea who's going to be next. It's gotten to the point where I stop sweeping chimneys before sundown. When reached for comment, the New Britannia police offered no new information, but encouraged citizens to remain vigilant and avoid answering their doors for strangers. Rumors of a nightly curfew have been swirling, but no confirmation has been given. Arrest made in tragic election night murder. Yeah, seriously, he's just pissed because we told Addie the truth. But anyway. Ronan Lespray, an employee of the Gipsholm taxidermy shop, was murdered outside the Silent Raven pub in Cholmondeley on election night. According to New Britannia police, the person responsible was Tom Puffin, choirmaster at St. Denis Cathedral. According to an unconfirmed source, Puffin mistook Lespray for his nephew, whom he had planned on killing, and accidentally murdered Mr. Lespray instead. He allegedly was under the influence of opium. Puffin was arrested on the charge of murder in the second degree and is set to stand trial in November. Lespray was described by his sister as full of life and an avid fan of books and travel, though Mr. Lespray himself had apparently never left Vespuccia. Contributions to pay, blah, blah, blah. Angela Maxwell. Oh shit, Angela Maxwell, the leader of the spiritualist group in Gascon known as the Spectre Society, was arrested yesterday on charges of fraud after an extensive undercover operation by the New Britannia police discovered that she was exploiting her clients and robbing them of her money. Detective Lester Barnett attended several meetings under an assumed name, during which he observed Miss Maxwell's ruse. She would claim her client was cursed, then offer healing services for a fee. Clients would then pay exorbitant amounts of money over a period of time to be cured. A representative of the New Britannia Police offered this warning: "We urge the public to be extremely wary of anyone claiming to be able to communicate with spirits or deceased loved ones. In reality, they often just prey on the grief-stricken and vulnerable." Interesting. Alright.
Upton?
What is it, Fordham?
Why do I have a zit coming out of the side of my face?
About those crime scene sketches.
Yes?
How in the ether were you able to get these sketches out from the department?
I told you, they're just duplicates. Snelling installed one of those fancy new Pharaoh duplicators a few months ago. They let you copy any document. Trust me, nobody even noticed that I took the sketches from evidence. I know how to cover my tracks.
I certainly hope so. I think I found a connection.
I knew you would. What is it?
Flower.
There's a single flower at each crime scene. They look deliberately placed.
There is? Let me have a look. You're right. One lily at each scene.
Wait, what did you say?
These flowers, they're lilies.
Excuse me, sorry.
Easter lilies, I think.
I don't believe it.
Upton, this is incredible. This is the lead I've been searching for.
What? You mean for another case?
The flower shop burglar. He was stealing Easter lilies. And I distinctly remember him saying something about his desire to uphold justice. At the time, I thought it was just the rambling of a lunatic, but now it seems so obvious.
So the flower shop burglar is the justice killer?
It seems too much of a coincidence otherwise.
Well, then that's wonderful. You can kill two birds with one stone. Excellent work, Fordham. I knew you could do it.
Well, I need to find him. Let's not congratulate me just yet.
What exactly are the details regarding this justice killer?
The killings began a few months ago, and so far he's claimed 5 victims.
Well, 6,
the department
including
wanted
Bill.
to keep this information out of the public eye to prevent a panic, but word has gotten out. On the bright side, it makes your involvement in the case much less suspicious.
What can you tell me about the previous victims?
4 men from Chumley: Hannibal Kirkland, Reggie Willingham, Ennis Bowditch, and Burley Cause. No known
Burley
connection
Cause.
between any of them aside from the borough they lived in. I have copies of the police reports from each of the crime scenes. Go ahead and take them.
Thank you, Upton.
Alright.
What are the details regarding the killer's latest victim?
As I mentioned, the victim is Percival McDonough, a member of Parliament. He was found this morning by his secretary in his office. I expect the official investigation is still underway.
So the killer managed to get into the Houses of Parliament. No easy feat.
You can say that again. It's the killer's first high-profile victim. It means he's getting bolder.
I suppose I'll have to drop by and see for myself.
Well, that kind of makes sense then. If he's doing it out of a justice, like if he thinks that he is, you know, like purging the guilty, getting rid of the guilty, purity and new beginnings would make sense then, especially new beginnings. Would make sense.
Everything all right with you?
Oh, I'm getting by. I expect things will go back to normal once this killer is caught.
I haven't worn out my welcome here yet, have I?
No, you're still tolerable. But when was the last time you washed your hair?
You're starting to sound like Adelaide. I should get back to it.
Not a bad idea.
Alright, so...
Right. I think I have enough information to get started. I think I'll begin with...
Oh no.
Odd. I wasn't expecting company.
Oh, please don't let it be asylum people.
Chief Snelling?
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Upton, we need to talk. Fordham, I should have guessed I'd find you here.
Ah, Chief Snelling. What a pleasant surprise.
I'm equally pleased to see you, Fordham. Although, having you here does save me a bit of trouble.
Trouble?
Those are some rather interesting decorations. Would either of you care to explain how they got here?
And once again, the jig is up. I hope you can talk your way out of this one, too.
I brought them here, after I made duplicates and took them from the police department.
Nice try, Fordham, but I know for a fact that isn't true. The Pharaoh duplicator makes a report of every employee who uses it, as well as what was copied. A rather useful feature for instances such as these.
Wouldn't you agree?
Unfortunate.
These gadgets are going to be the undoing of us all.
In any case, I did some digging and discovered some intriguing information. Upton, why have you been passing on classified police information to Mr. Fordham?
Because he's the best detective you ever had on the force.
Because I've been solving all your
Is that right?
cases.
Personally, I don't consider getting your partner killed the mark of a great detective. But what's done is done. Constance Upton,
Oh,
your
no.
employment with the New Britannia Police Department is hereby terminated.
But
I should add that it's only because of your 25 years of dedicated service that I'm not pressing charges against you. But as for you, Fordham, I have enough evidence to place you under arrest for obstruction of justice and interfering with police investigations. Do you have anything to say in your defense before I take you in for questioning?
You're a jackass?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I do. I know who the Justice Killer is.
Fordham, if this is your idea of a diversion...
It's true. I found a link in the sketches of the crime scenes.
All right, let's hear it then. What do you think you found?
I'll tell you if you promise to let me take the case.
Out of the question, Fordham. This is a police matter.
And the police haven't made progress in months. Fordham figured it out in a matter of minutes.
Seconds.
Minutes, Snelling. Fordham is your
Seconds,
best
sweetie.
shot at finding the killer. Are you gonna let your personal differences put the people of this city in danger?
Fine. I'll let you continue to operate as an assistant in this case. If you have
Can
actually
Upton have
found
her
something
job
of
back?
value. Now, what is this link?
He leaves a single Easter lily at each crime scene. The same type of flowers the burglar and the chum was stealing.
I see. A tenuous link, but plausible.
Do we think it's Captain
I'll
Snelling?
give you until tomorrow afternoon. If you haven't come up with anything, I'm throwing you in jail.
Do we think it's
Sounds
Captain
fair to me.
Snelling?
And don't get any clever ideas about leaving town either.
Come now, would I do something like that?
Fordham, it seems there's no telling what you might do. I'm probably a fool for not clapping you in irons right here and now. When you have something to report, come find me in my office. Don't make me regret this.
Do we think it's Captain Snelling? Can we put him down as a suspect?
Well, that went better than I expected.
Except you're still fired. I didn't have a chance to get him to change his mind.
We'll worry about that after you catch the killer. In the meantime, I could use a drink. I'll see you later, Fordham.
She's like, I'm
Well, better
unemployed?
get to work,
Fantastic.
then.
Pub.
Clock is ticking.
Alright, Bill, are you gonna calm down now? Alright, so...
Interesting place for a flower.
Oh, are we...
Ooh, that's not a pretty sight.
Are we talking now, are we? How interesting. Alright, let's go, I guess. Let's go.
Fordham, what brings you to this delightful spectacle?
Hello, Edwards. I'm investigating the Justice Killer. I believe I've got a very promising lead.
Where's the
I heard an
flower?
officer mention new orders from Snelling, but I thought he was just pulling my leg.
I don't see
Feel
the flower.
free to have a look around. I'm just writing up the notes from my initial examination of the body, so I'll be happy to share my findings.
Good. I'll just get started then.
Looks pretty fresh. I wonder what the killer uses to write with. Nothing but a bunch of boring documents. You'd think he could have at least been considerate enough to keep something scandalous in here. The former Percival McDonough, being a good politician. Odd. The page for this month has been torn out. Do you suppose Edwards might know anything about that?
Where's the... There should be a flower.
History books and political theory. I might die of boredom. Again.
Philosophical political theory is actually very interesting. I thoroughly enjoyed my the unit I did on that.
No signs of forced entry that I can see. The murderer didn't come in through this window.
Political philosophy is very interesting.
Got a moment, Edwards?
Of course. What's on your mind?
You find a flower?
So, what was found at the crime scene?
A dead body.
It is.
Edwards.
Hey, just trying to lighten the mood a bit. Anyway, there was also the word justice written in blood, as you can see on the floor there.
Is that all?
What more do you need? All the pieces are in place. This is the work of the justice killer.
No, it's not. Interesting. So this is somebody. Oh, okay, okay. I can already tell.
When did your examination of the body turn up?
Apparent cause of death was a single gunshot to the head, exactly like all the other victims. The bullet is still lodged in his brain. I'll remove it once I transport the body back to the mortuary.
Anything
else?
It's
a copycat.
No personal effects of note, just a folded up piece of paper in his breast pocket. It's blank, so the police weren't interested. I assume you aren't either.
No, I want it.
Assume, Edwards. I'll take it if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Be my guest.
Did you find an Easter lily anywhere?
An Easter lily?
Yes. The justice killer leaves one at every crime
yeah,
scene.
this isn't the justice killer.
I never noticed.
Neither did anyone else, apparently.
So how does leaving a lily at the scene of the crime figure into all of this?
I'm still trying to figure that out, but I think it might be important to understanding his motive.
Well, be sure to let me know if you do figure it out. The thought process of killers is a twisted, curious thing.
Did the police manage to learn anything during their investigation?
Not much beyond what I've already told you. I think they were planning on speaking to the victim's wife, though.
Did you get the address?
I did, as a matter of fact. 1820 Kent Place.
Now we get to deal with the grieving widow. Hopefully the officers who delivered the news got the worst of it.
What's your take on this whole justice killer situation?
It's giving me a lot of extra work, let me tell you. We haven't had a serial murderer in a long time. Not since that fellow who was poisoning people about 10 years ago.
Ah, yes. Gascon Ghoul. Now there was a case.
Any theories or insights regarding the killer's motive or identity?
That's not really my specialty. If you want to get into that psychology stuff, you're better off talking to someone like Snelling.
Edwards, did you notice McDonough's desk calendar?
I did. This month has been torn out. I asked the officers investigating the scene, and they had no idea what happened to it.
So it wasn't found in this room?
That's right. My theory is that the killer took it.
This is
Which
a
means there was
copycat.
probably something incriminating written on it. If only there was some way of knowing what it was.
Miles, have you forgotten the oldest trick in the book? Just find a pencil and you'll have that information in no time.
Exactly.
Edwards, do you have a pencil I might borrow?
Of course. Take this one.
Thanks, man.
Does it feel good to be out of the office?
As long as I have the chance to examine a body and learn something in the process, I don't care where I am. Though I do admit a preference to working in my own environment. Fieldwork can be a bit uncertain. There's so much more potential for contamination, especially with those clumsy officers trouncing about groping everything. Present company excluded, of course.
That's all for now, Edwards.
Good luck with your
I
investigation.
just noticed how light it is still outside. It's 8:20 and it's still like so light.
A classic trick. Let's see if it works.
I don't know what day. Oh. Ruby? How long do I have to do this for? How dark do they want to make this? Let me make it. Okay. Apparently.
Aha! McDonough met with this person the night of the murder. I'll bet 500 crowns it's a false name, but at least it's something.
So.
Intriguing. We'll need to find out who this Ruby is.
Okay.
It seems the killer didn't want anyone to know about this meeting with McDonough, and possibly not with Ruby either.
So
leave it to a politician to hang a portrait of himself in his own office.
Dude, this portrait, he looks scared. Okay, so I don't see a flower. So I'm going to say not the Justice Killer.
Nothing but a bunch of boring documents.
Time to go.
What? Who are you?
I'm Miles Fordham, private investigator. Your butler just announced me.
Oh, of course. Forgive me. I was just, well, never mind. Please make yourself comfortable, Mr. Fordham.
Thank you, Mrs. McDonough.
Okay. Do you want me to sit down? Talk?
I appreciate you seeing me, Mrs. McDonough. I know you must be going through a difficult time right now.
What exactly is it you want from me, Mr. Fordham? I already spoke to the police about my husband's murder.
I just have a few questions of my own.
Oh, very well.
What can you tell me about your husband?
I'll tell you the same thing I told the police, Mr. Fordham. Percival was one of the hardest working members of Parliament. He took his job extremely seriously. The recent election caused him a terrible amount of consternation, as I'm sure it did most people. He took Atwood's loss rather hard.
Did you see much of him?
I beg your pardon?
Surely someone with such an important position in government could find themselves consumed by their work. Did he spend much time at home?
He made it a point to come home and have dinner with me every night, even if he had to return to the office afterwards.
And did that happen often?
At least 3 or 4 times in a week, yes.
Jeez.
He'd stay in his office working late into the night. As I said, he was very dedicated to his role.
Sounds to me like she's quite dedicated to hers, too.
Alright, I'm just gonna grab some water. Oh. Hopefully they don't yell at me for pausing the conversation here. I'm just gonna fill up my water bottle. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, 2 seconds. Yes, staying hydrated, that's what I'm doing. Be right back. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Did your husband have any enemies?
He was a politician, Mr. Fordham. Half the city hated him.
Did he ever receive any kind of threats against his life?
None that I was ever made aware of. I have no idea who could have killed him, let alone who could have gotten into his office to do it. He hadn't told me about any meetings or appointments this week either.
Was it his custom to inform you of his work affairs?
Oh, well, I've always taken an interest in my husband's work. He'd often mention initiatives he was working on or people he was meeting, that sort of thing. Nothing sensitive or confidential, you understand. Just conversation about his day.
Can you think of any reason why your husband would have been murdered?
Not really. He was a vocal opponent of the construction of the Gascon-Chumley Bridge, but I hardly think that would have been sufficient reason to drive someone to murder.
Why is that?
Well, it's just a bridge, isn't it? There are plenty of other ways to get to Chumley.
I meant, why was he opposed to it?
Oh, because the amount of money required to build it is exorbitant. Public funds should be used on roads and buildings that are falling apart. What's the point of having something shiny and new if everything around it is in disrepair?
Sure.
How are you feeling, Mrs. McDonough?
My husband of 42 years was shot in his office. How do you think I feel?
Tactful as always, Fordham. How do you do it?
My apologies. Perhaps that wasn't the most appropriate question. Is there anything I can do to help?
You can start by finding the monster who murdered Percival.
I'm working on it.
Do you know anyone named Shackley?
No, I've never heard that name before. Why?
I saw your husband had a meeting scheduled with him shortly before his murder.
That can't be right. He didn't tell me about that. He always told me about his meetings.
It was written on his office calendar, clear as day.
As I said, I don't know who that person is. Why wouldn't Percival have told me about their meeting?
Why indeed?
Are you familiar with someone named Ruby?
I can't say I am. Who is it?
Just a name that's come up in my investigation.
Sounds like the name of a trollop. Or perhaps a dog.
Have you heard of the Justice Killer?
That was the name the police mentioned when they told me about Percival's murder. It's absolutely terrifying to think that one sick person
It's
could
not,
be capable of such...
There's no flower.
Such evil. Why is he called the Justice Killer? What justice was done by murdering my husband?
I'm afraid I can't answer that right now, Mrs. McDonough, but I intend to find out. Those are all the questions I have for now, Mrs. McDonough.
All right, Mr. Fordham.
See, I've had 2 coffees and I'm yawning.
Just a painting of some boring old aristocrat. Surely this one was called Lady Felicity Euphemia Beaversnatch the Simple. They look expensive, but I bet they're totally worthless. I feel sorry for the sucker who has to clean them. Lord Alfred Edward Shufflebottom the Wise comes to mind when looking at this one.
Alright. Better excuse to end stream? No. I really want to finish this game. I don't know if I'll be able to, but we're gonna try. Oh, I just go straight to Snelling. Okay, interesting.
Fordham, how goes the investigation?
I'm making some headway.
Is that right? I certainly hope so for your sake.
The rumor was always that the chief kept a bottle of something in a secret compartment in this cabinet. In Snelling's case, it's probably just water. Every book and file in there is organized to perfection. I'll bet Snelling gets flustered if anything is even a millimeter out of place. You should bump into the side when he's not looking. Chief Jacobs. Now there was a leader.
Reginald
Chief Snelling?
Yes, Fordham?
What information do you have on the Justice Killer?
Clearly not as much as you.
I see how this is gonna go.
Well, what do you have?
A list of 5 victims, some information on each of them, and no clear idea what connects them. Until your discovery of the lily at each scene, that was where we stood.
There's no lily
While
at this
I doubt
scene,
this
though.
discovery will do much to aid in tracking him down, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt.
What do you know about the Justice Killer's previous victims?
Only what's in their files. All working men from Chumley. That's the only link.
You didn't look further into their personal lives? Maybe they had some social connection.
As I said, the
Covered up the
detectives
crime?
found nothing. You seem to think you can do better. so I'll leave it up to you.
You have to wonder how much more thorough the department's investigations would have been if the 4 men were all rich like McDonough.
Do you know anything about Percival McDonough?
He's a member of Parliament. I believe his constituency is somewhere in central Kingsland. From the reports I've gotten, McDonough led a rather unassuming life for a politician. He is, however, the first victim who didn't live in Chumley. Either there's a link we've missed, or the killer is changing his method.
It's not the justice
Then again, since you seem so confident in your abilities to resolve this matter, I assume you'll provide an explanation.
Count on it.
The justice killer.
So I see the department is still running like a well-oiled machine.
It is, in fact. But I'm sure Upton has kept you well informed of our activities. Incidentally, the woman accused in the Harris kidnapping is set to testify in court today.
Oh.
Linda Walker's trial is today? That was fast.
Indeed. Sometimes the wheels of justice grind slowly. Sometimes they spin out of control. She'll be taking the stand within the hour. If you care to hear her for yourself, best get going soon.
Yeah. Want to chill here for a bit? Want to watch the game with me?
Listen, about Leger's death.
I don't want to hear it, Fordham. What happened, happened. Nothing you can say is going to change my opinion on the matter.
And if I manage to find the man responsible?
The man responsible is standing before me. Even if you manage to find the culprit you let escape, it isn't going to bring Leger back from the dead.
But it will bring closure to the matter.
If that thought is what allows you to sleep at night, then
I love that
so
I'm
be
being
it.
blamed for
What
his
makes him
death.
think you sleep at night?
Enjoying your new position, Snelling?
Reaping the rewards for years of hard work and dedicated service. A gratifying feeling you'll never be able to experience.
Oh, I get my gratification in other ways.
I'm sure you do, and I'd honestly rather not know about them.
I need to get back to my investigation.
Yes, time is not on your side, Fordham.
Can I get you to fall asleep in my arms? What do we reckon? All right. So. Oh yeah, blank paper. That's right. Attend Linda Walker's trial. Interesting. I love that I can do that. You okay? You comfy?
Remind me, Miles, why are we here again? Is this for your own personal satisfaction, or did you expect her to have some useful information?
Shh. Mrs. Linda Walker, you
It's
stand
kind of
accused
fun
of
that we go
kidnapping
back and
Charles
see
Harris. What have you to
some of
say
the
in
old
your defense?
cases.
I had to see if I could speak with my son Alexander again.
Yes. According to your initial statement, you seem to believe that the Harris child is the reincarnation of your own deceased son.
All the evidence was there. I thought it had to be him.
And in regards to the execution of your plan, you secretly administered a soporific drug to your friend and the Harris family nanny, Mrs. Henrietta Davis? Is that correct?
No? Okay, no touchy.
Yes.
No touchy. Okay.
I felt terrible about doing it, but there was no
Pause.
other way.
Gentle. Thank you.
According to your journal, you used a mixture of chamomile and valerian, instructed
Oh,
by
yes.
Samuel, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Samuel is a friend of mine. He works at the docks, and he knows all about plants. I asked him what the best combination of herbs would be to put someone in a deep sleep.
So it was your idea, and not his?
Yes, that's right. He only told me about the plants. He's quite the expert.
There it is.
Why, you should see his collection of Easter lilies.
Did she just say what I think she said?
Now then, let's turn our attention to the night in question.
Interesting. This Samuel person might be worth looking into. Although we can't waste time searching the docks with just a first name. I'd make a note of it, just in case it becomes relevant later.
Cool.
All right, I've had enough of this courtroom. Let's get back out there. Time's running out.
Okay, so I remember that was part of the the whole thing. Oh geez, I didn't want to talk to him.
No need to talk to him.
Yeah, no, okay. Houses of Parliament. There's something else I've missed.
No time to waste with further conversation.
Hey?
At least this poor slob got to die in bed.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to help me. Where do I go now? Back to her? Like... I don't have a lot of...
Hello again, Mr. Fordham.
Probably best to...
Where? What the heck am I missing? What's the matter, baby? Are you not comfortable? You don't have to stay like this. You can move. Hey? No, you want to move? Okay, that's okay. Don't attack me, though. No, no attacking. Hey, hey. No attacking me. I already have a scratch in my face thanks to you.
There hasn't been much need for umbrellas lately.
You want my arm there again or not? No, not for attacking, you twit.
Mostly cook.
Stop.
Should have listened.
Ow, 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 ow! Stop. No. Okay, do you want to get off? Go on. Get. Go on. I have enough scratches, thanks to you. If you don't want to be here, go. Hmm? If you're gonna stay on my lap, no attacking. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it on the camera. Right here. It's a scratch he gave me. We had our argument about the Christmas tree and what was deemed acceptable with regards to his trying to pull shit off of it. What am I missing?
Every book you should bump into the...
What the crap? I would have assumed... Hold on. It's gotta be here. It's gotta be something I've missed here. Books? I think I already did this.
No signs of forced entry that I can see. The murderer didn't come in through this window. No time to wait.
Kitten, please. Can you stop using your claws? Ow. I don't know what he's doing. Do you want to get down? Here. Why don't you go there? Come on. You're gonna fall off at this point anyway. Go on. Yeah, it's a good boy. Jesus Christ. Alright, what am I supposed to do with this blank piece of paper? Police report. Oh, here we go. Hannibal Kirkland, age 32, cause of death single. Da-da-da-da. Police found Kirkland in his home after his foreman reported Kirkland's absence from work. Cabby... Wait. So he was an ironworker at Thornbaum Ironworks. Cabbie for Colson's Cabs. Construction worker for the bridge. Lamplighter. Okay. So do I have more space? There we go. Who was the first guy? The first guy was Ironworks. Right.
Excuse me, sir. Are you in charge here?
Unfortunately. Who are you? This area isn't open to the public.
I'm Miles Fordham, and I'm a private investigator looking into the murder of one of your workers.
A private investigator, eh? And maybe you can help me out.
I'll do what I can, but I'll need to ask you some questions, Mr.
This is looking very broken.
Sanford Mims. Go ahead, but make it snappy.
What can you tell me about Hannibal Kirkland? A former employee here?
Listen, I've got a lot on my mind right now.
I understand, but it's important to my investigation that you tell me what you know about him.
I'm sure it is, but as you can see, I've got a lot to deal with right now.
Well, he's no help. Maybe you can figure out a way to help him. Help us.
Yeah, okay, hold on. So
I'll be going now.
Be careful on your way out.
So wait, what's happened here?
Well, that doesn't look good. This place sure is big. I wonder if they actually make anything useful. Well, that does.
Mr. Mim?
Yes?
What happened to your iron mill?
What's it look like? The damn thing went and got blown up.
Was it in disrepair?
Of course not. All my machinery is sound. Checked and serviced regularly. This is the work of those goddamn Redites. I'm sure of it.
What makes you certain the explosion was the Redites doing?
Take a look, boy. The whole mill got taken out. Even if this had been a mechanical failure, which it wasn't, the explosion would have been contained to a single part of the machine. This couldn't have been anything other than sabotage.
Have you had problems with the Redites before?
They've sent anonymous letters, but this is the first time they've actually carried out one of their threats.
So one of his people gets killed.
You're absolutely sure this was sabotage then?
Yes. How many times have I got to tell you that? Listen, you said you were an investigator, right? So find out who did this to my machine. If you do, I'll help you out with whatever else you wanted to ask me about.
God. So
Looks
I
like
have
we haven't
to.
got much of a choice. He seems pretty upset about his machine.
So I'm taking on
I'll
another
see what I
case
can do.
within a case. Cool.
I'll be going now.
Be careful on your way out.
Completely ruined. Whoever sabotaged this knew what they were doing.
Employee area, okay. So one of his
Hey,
people is.
that area is for workers only.
You wanted me to
My
investigate.
apologies.
God. He wants me to investigate, but
Completely ruined. This place sure is big.
wants me to investigate, but won't let me go and talk to people. Okay. That makes sense. All right. Next, we had the, well, we'll just go to the bridge construction site.
Safe for only 25 men at once. I used to draw the line at 2.
Excuse me.
Hey, what are you doing here? This is a construction area.
I'm Miles Fordham, a private investigator. I'm looking into the murder of a man who used to work here.
Fordham? You the same man who got Laura Dupre arrested?
Yes, that's right.
Yep.
Ah, good to meet you. I'm Gerard. My sister Amelie used to work as her cook. Would tell me stories about how horrible Dupre was. Good to see some justice done for a change.
Interesting.
Glad to be of service. And good to meet you as well, Gerard.
So you say you looking into a murder? You talking about Bowditch?
Yes, that's right. I had a few questions for you, if you don't mind.
Nah, should be okay to talk for a few minutes.
So I wonder, so this is obviously, they do a lot of throwbacks to cases. So if I had accused someone else in that first case, which is the Laura Dupree case, I wonder if it changes if he is willing to talk to you or not, or if that makes things harder. Interesting.
You worked with Ennis Bowditch, right? What can you tell me about him?
Ennis was fun to talk to, always telling stories. Pretty sure most of them were made up. But it made time go by faster while we worked, and he made me laugh. We weren't really friends, but it's duller without him around, you know?
Do you know what Bowditch did on his off time?
Not really. I only saw him on the job. But I know he was seeing a woman. I forget what he said her name was, though.
Did he mention anything else about her?
Oh, sure, but I don't think they are the type of thing that would help you, if you get my meaning.
Right. Anything of a non-personal nature that might help me find her?
Yes, he mentioned she worked as the serving girl at the ruined coffee house.
I see. Thanks.
We used to hang out there all the time.
Do you know any details concerning Bowditch's murder?
I only found out when the boss man told us.
Can you think of anyone who might have wanted him dead?
Well, everyone here liked him. I don't think he owed no one money or nothing like that. But maybe someone at his other job wasn't so friendly with him. Who knows?
Other job?
Ennis also worked at the docks as a longshoreman.
Well, that would have been handy to know sooner. Better late than never, I guess.
Okay. So we've got another place to go visit. This is...
How's your sister doing?
Good. She still works for the Dupre family, but with that monster Laura gone, she's much happier. She tells me the family is acting like the madame never existed, and the husband raised Amelie's pay, too.
That does sound like an improvement.
It's just a shame 2 others had to die for it.
Yeah.
Would you happen to know anything about the Redites?
I heard some of the other men talking about them, but I don't ask too many questions. Seems to me they just a bunch of angry and confused people with no other way to express themselves than lashing out. I admit I feel sorry for them.
You're not worried about Steam Tech putting you out of a job?
Nah. Machines can only do so much. You still need a man to make them work or to fix them when they're broke. I think them Redites are just making a big fuss over nothing.
Are you familiar with the Justice Killer?
Justice Killer? No, I don't know anything about that. Who is he?
A serial murderer. He's the one who killed Ennis Bowditch.
And you trying to find him?
That's the plan.
Well then, I wish you luck. Ennis didn't deserve to die the way he did. I hope that murdering bastard gets what he deserves.
So, the Gascon-Chumley Bridge is finally being worked on.
That's right. The project started up again shortly after the election. That Leroy, he's not wasting any time. Maybe a good thing for this city and for the country.
We'll have to wait and see. How long before the bridge is complete, do you think?
They say it will take 5 years, but who knows?
Yeah.
As long as the work is steady, you won't find me complaining.
Do you normally work in construction?
Mostly. Sometimes I be doing other jobs here and there. But I'm lucky to have gotten this job. I think it will keep me in work for a long time. Which is good, because I have 3 mouths to feed at home.
Be sure to watch yourself, then. I hear these types of jobs can be dangerous.
Oh, believe me, I know. One slip up and bam! That's the end of you. But I always watch myself.
Thank you, Gerard. I appreciate the information.
Not a problem, boss.
Oh, you don't need to call me boss. Thank you, though. That is completely unnecessary.
I wonder if it would be any fun to tie yourself to that thing and go for a few spins.
No. No, it wouldn't, Bill. Alright. So, this guy had another job down at the docks, which I needed to go to anyway. First, I wanted to go to the cab depot.
Remember, a black eye is not a badge of honor. Anyone picking
You
a
are
fight will be
very
dismissed
loud, sir.
immediately. Well, that's hardly any fun, is it? I thought about a career as a mechanic once. Glad I chose police work. Way less messy.
It's very loud.
Good evening.
Oh, it's you again. Small world.
Indeed, Mr.
Herman Shaw. I guess you were so preoccupied with your other questions you never asked. So, what brings you around to the cab depot?
Who was
Wanted
Herman
to ask you
Shaw?
some questions if you can spare some time.
Shouldn't be a problem.
Was he the dude? He was the homeless guy. So this was the guy that I had to redo a whole ton, and I think I didn't ask him all the questions I did originally. So yeah.
Did you know Reggie Willingham?
That's my fault.
Sure, I knew him. Well, just as rather I didn't.
Oh? Why do you say that?
The man was a bore, a scoundrel, a no-good bounder.
I wish he would tell us how he really felt.
The only reason they kept him on here was because he was a good driver.
So it's fair to say you didn't like him?
Nobody did. When I heard he'd been killed, wasn't exactly a surprise. If I treated people the way he did, I'd surely have a lot of enemies.
Could you elaborate a bit on Mr. Willingham's behavior?
Oh, he was a proud one. Thought he was God's gift to mankind. Always strutting around, bragging about how many gratuities he'd earned or how many fist fights he'd won against drivers from Phillips. He had the shortest fuse I've ever seen, too. Just looking at him the wrong way could set him off. I'd always laugh to myself when he'd brag about how many women he'd had in a week.
Why is that?
Because it was obvious he had to pay for the pleasure. A man like that isn't going to get a woman otherwise. I may not be a hit with the ladies, but even I know that being a bastard is a surefire way to drive 'em off.
What can you tell me about Colson Cabs?
Not a bad place, really. Only problem is the number of people always coming here for work. Lots of folks think driving a cab is an easy job that anyone can do, but that's not the case. You need to know this city like the back of your hand, and it helps to know how to drive. So we get lots of fellas starting here who don't have the slightest clue what they're doing. They don't last long.
What about the automated cabs? Are those a problem for you?
I prefer not to think about those. Colson has said he's got no plans to replace his fleet, so it's all that matters to me.
Cool.
Are you still living in Pumblechook Place?
I am, sir. Things are more or less the same, except Roger's not around anymore. Suppose he must have moved on.
Yeah.
Hope he isn't planning on coming back, because his paintings made for great kindling.
He got arrested.
Oh, I have a feeling he won't be.
Yep. He got arrested.
Are you familiar with the so-called Justice Killer?
I've heard a few rumors here and there about some murders in the Chum, but I haven't paid him much attention. There's plenty for me to worry about in my own life.
So this is interesting. It's like all the previous cases
Well,
like
I
are
haven't
coming.
done anything wrong. So
together.
this loony's going around doing justice? Nothing for me to worry about.
He makes a good point. I think we need to get a better idea of what exactly these victims did to incur the wrath of our killer.
Yeah. So.
Have you had any trouble from the Redites?
No, sir. They got no reason to give us any trouble. What with us still using horse-drawn cabs? I imagine the fellas over at Phillips have, but I can't be certain. We don't deal with those lot if we can help it.
I don't think interviewing anyone from Phillips would be a good use of our time. Our priority is finding the Justice Killer, after all.
I appreciate your time, sir.
Pleasure's all mine.
So. Gotta get out of here. That's gonna drive me nuts. Oh, so that totally removes the cab company. Okay, this is the where the last victim worked.
You there! What are you doing?
I'm Miles Fordham. I'm trying to find out about...
No time for that now! Get in here and shield your eyes!
I beg your pardon?
Just do it!
What's going on exactly?
Shh! Everything ready, Alex? 3, 2, 1,
Flashbang.
go! Amazing! It works! It works!
What works?
Etheric lamps! Our experiment was a success!
What exactly have we wandered into here, Miles?
Okay.
I wouldn't get too close to that thing. It might end up turning you inside out.
Electricity? The beginning of electricity?
Of course! What would you like to know?
You worked with a man named Burley Cause, is that right?
Yes, I heard he was killed. Such a senseless tragedy. It's a shame he missed out on our demonstration. He was really interested in etheric technology.
Wasn't he concerned about losing his job to these technological advances?
He had no reason to. It's been made clear to all the workers that there will always be a place for us, even if our jobs are made obsolete. Unlike some other places, we take care of our own here at the Lamplight Depot.
How noble. but I'm pretty sure he's full of more hot air than the HMS Lenore.
Is there anything you know about Mr. Cause's personal life that might be relevant?
I know he was married, but I don't believe he had any children. Oh, and he used to talk about his love for fishing.
Could you give me his home address? Perhaps his wife will be willing to speak with me.
Yes, certainly. He lived at 820 Orchard Avenue, apartment 2A.
Thank you for the information.
Okay.
Do you know any details about Mr. Cause's murder?
Unfortunately, I don't. The police were here asking questions, but they didn't give me many details.
Do you know of anyone who might have wanted him dead?
Not at all. Burley was very friendly, always treated everyone
So I
around
wonder
here
what
with
his
respect.
crime
You know,
was.
it's sad to think that for all our leaps forward, we're still really just a bunch of savages.
Are you familiar with the Justice Killer?
I've read about it in the newspaper. A horrible business. It makes me wish we could install more street lamps to keep this city safer at night. Someday, I hope to realize that dream. Then we'll really deserve to be called Lamplight City.
You think brighter streets will stop serial murderers?
It's well known that crime rates are lower in Lyon and Worcester, and they have many more street lamps per square mile.
I'm sure it has absolutely nothing to do with the amount of wealth in those areas. Has to be all about the lighting.
You mentioned something about etheric lamps?
Yes! Weren't you paying attention to our demonstration? You have just witnessed history!
I can still hear it.
What I witnessed was a blinding flash of light.
Exactly! That flash was the result of years of painstaking research and experimentation. It means that not only does ethericity exist, but it can be used as a source of illumination.
If these experiments continue to be successful, as I suspect they will,
we'll have etheric street lamps before the end of the decade.
Imagine lamps that burn twice as bright,
4 times as long. Oh, this will change everything.
And if it's like anything else we've seen, it'll put a lot of people out of work, too.
With all these promises of technological advancement, have the Redites given you any trouble?
Oh, those tech-fearing dolts. Yes, I'm sorry to say that we've gotten threats from them. They have yet to carry any out, which is unsurprising.
How so?
Groups like that are all bluster and no backbone.
I've seen some evidence to the contrary.
Is that right? Well, we've seen little beyond threatening letters, and I intend to make sure it stays that way.
You have any of these letters I might have a look at?
Yes, I have one. I'll give it to you before you leave.
With those glasses on, he looks like an Albed from Final Fantasy X.
What is it you do here exactly?
Oh, several things. This is the main hub of the city's Department of Illumination. It's really just a grandiose way of saying that this is where all affairs related to street lamps and public lighting are taken care of. But, in addition to sending out lamplighters or mechanics to repair damaged lamps, we also do research into new methods of illumination. That's what my personal specialization is. I help develop and test more efficient ways of lighting our streets. I guess you could consider me a modern-day Prometheus. Oh, yes.
More like an everyday pretentious.
Thank you. Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Happy to help.
Thank you.
Here's that letter you were asking about.
The engineers of chaos and destruction, you are working in direct opposition of the natural order of things. These so-called improvements will be the downfall of our society. If you do not cease your unholy experiments, the Redites will be forced to take action. You have been warned. P.F.
Now that's interesting. Whoever wrote this letter signed it with initials. They can't have been so stupid as to make themselves so easily identifiable, can they?
I don't know.
Too bad you didn't get a chance to read that sign before their little experiment.
Yeah.
It's the bunch of crap they used to build street lamps with.
Alright. So... yeah, let's get away from the buzzing sound, shall we? That would be great. Okay, so we have the coffee house. This is where the girlfriend worked. Oh, look, it's cleared up. Oh, well, not really. It's still... she's not running around as much now.
Miss.
How can I help you, sir?
I understand you were involved with Ennis Bowditch.
was involved, yes. I haven't spoken to him in nearly 2 months.
Oh, were you not aware of his death then?
What? Ennis is dead?
Well, this is awkward.
Indeed. I'm sorry to have to be the bearer of bad news.
This is awkward.
How did it happen?
I'm afraid he was murdered.
Murdered? By who? And why?
Those are exactly the questions I'm trying to answer myself.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Are you a detective?
A private investigator, yes.
Well, I'll answer what I can, if it helps any, that is.
I'm certain it will.
That's awkward.
What was your relationship with Mr. Bowditch like?
Oh, well, it was nice at first. He was a proper gentleman-like. But then something changed.
Oh?
It's like I told Ruby. I think he might have got hit on the head at work.
Ruby!
Because he seemed to be a completely different person. He'd get angry for no reason.
Opium.
He even... Well, that bit's not important. At first, I thought he was just going through some rough times, but after a while I realized he'd changed for the worse. So I broke things off. He wasn't too happy about it, but I wasn't going to stick with a man like that.
This friend of yours, Ruby, did she know an MP named Percival McDonough?
I'm not sure. Ruby knows a lot of men.
Is that so?
Well, no, I don't mean... It's just... Oh, damn it all, me and my big mouth. She'll have my guts for garters now.
It's all right. No one's in trouble. But I think I'd like to speak with Ruby. Could you tell me where I can find her?
No. You see, she moves around quite a lot. Never in the same place for more than a night or two.
Right. I think she's given us a clear picture of what Ruby does for a living.
Yes,
Normally,
she has.
I'd be all for pressing this girl more until she cracks, but I like her. I think we'll be able to find Ruby without causing her more discomfort.
Aw, Bill.
Well, thank you for the information. You've been very helpful.
You big softy, Bill.
Are you familiar with the Justice Killer?
You
Justice
big
Killer?
softy.
Is that some kind of pesticide?
No, it isn't. Never mind. You've been working here for quite a while, haven't you?
Oh, yes. Coming up on 3 years. Been a real pleasure getting to know all the regulars. They've come to be sort of like a second family. By the way, whatever happened with you and your lady friend?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah.
Oh, that nice lady you met in here a couple of times. Did it work out between the two of you?
Oh, that? No, that was strictly business.
Right. Well, if you see her, tell her I said hello.
I'll let you get back to work.
Thank you, sir.
She has a nice voice. It's very pleasant. Okay, so we need to find Ruby. We know that she is Lady of the Streets. We need to go by the docks. We need to go by his apartment. We'll go by the apartment. You prefer my voice.
Apartment 2A. This is the place. The number is a bit faded. Is this 2B or is it not 2B? That's the question.
Oh my god, Bill.
There doesn't seem to be anyone at home.
Oh god, those knocks are so loud.
May I help you, young man?
Hello, madam. My name is Miles Fordham, and I'm a private investigator. I have some questions about your neighbor.
You mean my former neighbor?
Yes. In any case, I'd appreciate it if you could help me with some information.
Nah, I don't think so. The last person to ask me about him was that awful policeman. I don't want to have to go through that again.
I'm sorry you had a bad experience, but I can assure you I won't give you a hard time.
Well, that's easy for you to say, but actions speak louder than words.
Oh, jeez.
Uh-oh. I think I know where this is going.
Is there anything I can do for you then?
Well, since you asked, my layabout husband is out wasting our retirement fund with his drinking. Go find him and bring him back here. Then maybe we can talk.
Oh, wonderful. Now we're playing babysitter.
You find him at the Silent Raven.
Yeah.
It's not too far from here.
Yes, I know it.
Good. My husband's name is Kurt Williamson. You tell him his wife Ethel wants him home
Oh, my lordy.
at once.
I'll do my best, Mrs. Williamson.
Fetch quest for a husband. Right. Cool. No worries. Ethel Williamson. Alright, well, I guess we'll go by the Silent Raven. Still here, is
Looks
it?
like they haven't bothered cleaning this up yet.
Unfortunate. Yeah, Auntie Ethel, yeah.
Excuse me, barmaid?
Hi, what do you need?
Do you know anything about the man sitting at that table over there?
Not really. He comes in here a few times a week, but he mostly keeps to himself. I see his type all the time, though. Older, probably retired and looking to escape his home life. I feel sorry for him, but that sort of customer is my bread and butter.
Are you familiar with the Justice Killer?
What is that, some fancy drink concoction?
No. It's the name that's been given to a serial murderer here in the Chum.
I see. Never heard of him. And if he's smart, he won't show his face around here.
You know, this place suddenly feels just a little bit safer.
How are things here now that the election hubbub has subsided?
Oh, right. I thought you looked familiar. You were the one in here asking about the fellow who was killed.
Yeah, I solved it too.
Well, there hasn't been too much excitement since then. I've hardly had to toss anyone out, which is a right shame.
Why's that?
Kicking out a rowdy customer shakes things up a bit on a quiet night like this. Gets the blood flowing.
Maybe we can get Kurt kicked out.
What would a customer have to do to warrant being thrown out?
My general rule is if they're being a nuisance, they're out. If they try to pick a fight or are just being generally disrespectful, it's a one-way ticket to the pavement outside.
We have to get Kurt
Good to
ejected.
know. What was it you said?
Pick a
Right.
Alright, okay.
I appreciate
There we go.
Yeah.
Alright.
Been pretty quiet in the streets of late, hasn't it, Bertie?
You noticed too? I thought it was just me.
I'm not complaining, mind you. It's nice to be able to go out and about without stepping over half the chum in the process.
Indeed. What do you reckon's the reason for it?
Not a clue. Can't be illness. We'd have heard something by now. Whatever it is, let's just hope it keeps up.
No, you don't want that.
Excuse me, are you Kurt Williamson?
That's right. Who are you?
Miles Fordham. I'm a private investigator.
Oh, yeah? What is it you want from me?
Ethel sent me to tell you she wants you to come home right away.
I should have known. I can't get away for more than a few hours before she's put the entire city on high alert. How much of my retirement fund did she waste on getting you to come down here?
I'm only doing this because I need some information.
The joke's on you, then. You can just go back and tell her I'll come home when I'm damn well ready.
Oh.
Why is it you're so averse to returning home?
I enjoy going out and having a good time. Is that so wrong?
Your wife told me she doesn't like you spending your money on drink.
What I spend my money on is none of her business, and even less of yours. What's this world coming to when a man can't even drink in peace without all his affairs shouted from the rooftops?
You know, this whole situation seems awfully familiar.
Listen, Mr. Williamson, I think I know what you're going through.
Oh, yeah?
My wife and I were having a rough patch. I wasn't being honest with her, and it nearly drove us apart.
But you managed to fix things.
Yes,
yet.
I was fortunate. I did the right thing before it was too late.
And what did you do?
I showed her a good time.
It was simple. I just communicated honestly and openly with her. I told her what was wrong and how I was feeling. And you know what? She listened. Have you ever told Ethel why you like going out?
No. I assumed she wouldn't understand. I really wish she would come out with me, but I know she'd never agree.
How do you know? Have you actually talked to her about this?
Well, no.
Well, then maybe you should. If she knew you wanted company, she might just give it a try.
Yeah.
No, I never thought of it like that.
There you
I'm
go.
going to go home right now and tell her. And if she refuses, well, at least I asked, right?
That's the spirit.
Thanks for the advice, friend. I really do appreciate it.
Look at that, I didn't need to get him kicked out. I just needed to be polite.
Not bad. I have to say, I'm impressed.
I wonder if you hadn't been honest with Addie, if that would have been a different situation, if you would have had to, like, stir him up. cause a fight. Wonder. So, like, all your choices...
Ah, Mr. Fordham. Thank you so much for getting Kurt back home.
Don't mention it. Now, would you be willing to answer some questions?
Well, yes, of course.
Everything's leading up to this case. And then I wonder, like, all your decisions and what you've done lead to now.
Tell me what you know about Burley Cause.
He and his wife hadn't been living next door very long, maybe 4 months or so. But I didn't talk to either of them very much. They weren't interested in being neighborly, I guess. It's a shame, really. Maybe if we had known one another better, something like this could have been prevented. So where's the wife?
Where is Mrs. Cause now?
I don't know, with her mother, maybe. That's usually how it goes.
You wouldn't happen to know where that is, would you?
Afraid not, but, there is one other thing.
Yes?
Don't say I told you this, but, well, I used to hear the two of them through my wall. I tried ignoring it since it's really none of my business, but it became impossible.
What was it you heard?
I don't believe they had a happy marriage.
Okay.
They'd have awful fights a couple times a week.
What would they fight about?
Oh, all sorts of things. The worst one was when she discovered he was going to a brothel. I think he might have hit her on a few occasions, too, but I can't be certain.
Right.
I hope you don't think me a horrible old gossip, but I thought you might like to know.
Not at all. I'm glad you told me.
Okay.
What happened on the day Mr. Cause was killed?
So this guy wasn't
I was
a good
here
guy.
at home, doing my knitting as usual. All of a sudden, I heard a loud bang. It sounded like a gunshot. I went and knocked on Mrs. Cause's door, but there was no answer. I did notice a smell, though, like flowers. Something seemed wrong, so I decided to report the incident to the police. Not long after that, an officer showed up and started asking questions. Awful man he was, so rude. I gotta report him, but I forgot his name. I think it started with a P.
Parsons?
Yes, that's him. He called for some more officers and they got into the apartment. That's when I found out Mr. Cause had been murdered.
Are you familiar with the Justice Killer?
Parsons.
You mean the serial killer who's been
What a
killing men
jackass.
in Chumley?
That's the one.
Nah, never heard of him.
What?
I'm just pulling your leg, Mr. Fordham.
I like this one. She's got spirit.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I only know what I've read in the Gazette, but it's
dear.
scary to think some maniac is loose on the streets doing such terrible things. And with Kurt going out by himself for hours at a time, oh, I don't like it one bit.
How long have you been living here?
Well, Kurt and I moved in shortly after we were married, so it's been about 34 years.
Wow.
Goodness, that's a long time to be living in one place.
Yeah.
Yes, well, the building may be a bit run down, and it gets colder than cold in the winter, but the rent has always been cheap. You can't really ask for much more than that.
I appreciate your time, Mrs. Williamson.
Damn.
Have a good day, Mr. Fordham.
I don't think I've ever lived anywhere for more than a couple of years. Okay. So, this guy wasn't a good guy. Brothel, beat his wife. We haven't been to the docks yet. Hold on, let me... Ah, it's Trevor Hastings.
Trevor Hastings, is that you?
Why, Detective Fordham. Fancy seeing you again. What brings you down to the docks?
I'm trying to track down a serial murderer, who I believe is the same man who was breaking into the flower shop.
You don't say. I wish I could help you, but the guy never came back after the night you and your partner came around. Where is your partner anyway?
Oh my god.
Oh, he's around.
Well, give him my regards. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get this crate back, or Cecilia will have my head on a platter.
Of course. Good seeing you again.
He's around? That's probably the most clever thing you've said in months. Well done. Ah, the chum. You can never truly get away from it as much as you may try. Blank surfaces don't stay that way for very long around here.
So he's from the very, 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 very first case.
Huh?
Nope.
What? Who is it?
Oh, hello.
Hello, sir. I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions.
Go ahead, but make it quick. Time is money, after all.
Did you employ a man named Ennis Bowditch?
I did, yes. He only worked for me occasionally, but he was always punctual and performed his job well. I learned recently that he had been killed. It was a tremendous shame.
This guy so far
Workers
seems
of his
like a
caliber
nice
are
guy.
so hard to come by.
Do you have any information relating to Mr. Bowditch's murder?
I'm afraid not. The truth is, I knew very little about him. It's the same with most of my men.
Ooh, actually.
I have a business to run, you see. It affords me very little time to socialize.
I have a feeling that the common connector between these guys is brothel, ladies of the night, prostitution. And I'm wondering if Ruby is a common connector here.
Are you familiar with the Justice Killer?
I believe I saw a headline in the newspaper recently mentioning that name, but I dismissed it as fear-mongering nonsense. There are more important things I need to worry about.
But the Justice Killer is directly responsible for the death of one of your workers.
Oh? Is that right? Well, there's nothing I can do about it. What my men get up to in their off time is none of my business.
Wow, this guy is even worse than you, Miles.
So, because the other guy, Gerald, described Ennis as having, like, a lady friend that he was seeing, but couldn't give any other details except for the physical. So, potentially Lady of the Night. The other guy, so 2A, went to a brothel. The cab guy paid for company. So far that's 3 out of the 4.
What does your work here involve?
I'm in charge of tracking and cataloging all the cargo that passes through here. I receive the shipping manifest and make sure that things get unloaded and sent to the right places.
I have a feeling that's our
Can you do all this
connection.
by yourself?
Well, of course not.
Why?
I'm in charge of administration. A team of workers does all the heavy lifting.
Thank you for your time. I'll let you return to work.
Right, you are.
Why it's considered a justice killing, I don't know.
Keep up the good work, Mr. Hastings.
Alright. His poor back. Okay, so far, 3 of the 4, from what I can tell,
I don't think there's any...
hold on, where's my case book? PF. So, lamplighter. What was, wait. Oh, so this guy was the, so wait. The iron worker, we have no information about him because that's the one he wants us to figure out who blew up the iron mill. This guy was the one that pays, like, was bragging about how many women he hooks up with. Ennis is the young man who was a nice guy, but I suspect his girl is potentially a lady of the night. And this is the guy that fought with his wife. Alright, so this is going to be an interesting one. Alright. I'm going to get some water again. Sorry. I'm very thirsty. My mouth is bothering me. I don't know if you can tell. I'm like pulling at it. It's just really, so I'm like overly drinking too much. Give me a second. Shan't be long and we'll continue this. But yeah, have a feeling I know the connection, but we will have to wait and see. I will be right back, and we'll continue to figure this out. Okay, hi, I'm back. Sorry to keep you waiting. Alright. Let's figure this out. So, got the boys. I need to find out who sabotaged the ironworks. It's still basically... It still suggests I still have to check something in his office. So... Does that mean I've missed something?
Looks pretty fresh. I wonder what the killer uses to write with. No time to waste.
What am I missing?
Biographies and autobiographies. Dull, dull, dull.
Oh, wait. All
Biography.
of them?
These appear to be books on cryptography. I suppose everyone needs a hobby. Biography. History books and political... History biographies. These appear to be books on cryptography. I suppose everyone needs a hobby. These are...
Okay. Is there anything else I can gather from?
It seems the killer
calendar?
didn't. It seems the killer didn't.
No. Cryptography. So I've still got this blank piece of paper in my pocket as well that was found.
The former Percival McDonough, being a good politician. The former.
So nothing else. Nothing in the drawers?
Nothing but a bunch of boring documents.
Checked, so he had cryptology. There's nothing else to be figured from that. We've looked at the window. I actually thought that maybe we needed to hold up the piece of paper to light, like heat, like a lamp. And warming it up would...
These appear to be books.
But it doesn't give me an opportunity to actually check things. Is there anything else to say?
She's busy.
No, nothing else there at the moment.
Hello again.
Oh, okay, I have something new to ask her.
Can we talk some more, Mrs. McDonough?
I suppose so, yes.
Thanks.
Are you familiar with the art of cryptography, Mrs. McDonough?
What an odd question.
It's just I noticed several books on the subject in your husband's office.
Oh, well, yes. Percival was interested in cryptography and secret messages and the like. He would sometimes leave me coded notes when we first began courting many years ago.
What kind of notes?
Oh, now, Mr. Fordham, those were private. But Percival got a thrill out of knowing I was the only one who could read them. Sometimes he would write them using a special ink that would only appear when the paper was heated. I can't remember the last time he did that, though.
Those are all the questions I have for now, Mrs. McDonough.
All right, Mr. Fordham.
I am so freaking smart.
If this actually works, I'll eat my hat.
There we go. Dearest Mary, words cannot express the regret and sorrow I feel for how I acted last night. I swore to myself I would never harm you again after the last time, but I have failed us both. It is my deepest hope that you can forgive me and trust that I never let this monster out again.
Well, I'll be damned.
Can we talk some more, Mrs. McDonough?
I suppose so, yes.
So there's no flower, but...
Do you know anything about this letter?
I'm afraid I don't have my spectacles. What is it?
The coroner found it in your husband's pocket. He gave it to me because he thought it was blank. But after you told me about your husband's propensity for writing secret messages, I decided to try exposing the paper to heat. Allow me to read it to you. Dearest Mary, words cannot express the regret and sorrow I feel for how I acted last night. I swore to myself I would never harm you again after the last time, but I have failed us both. It is my deepest hope that you can forgive me and trust that I will never allow this monster out again.
I see. May I have that letter, Mr. Fordham?
I'm afraid I have to keep it for now. It's evidence.
I suppose that does make sense.
Mrs. McDonough, did Percival mistreat or abuse you?
Oh, her name is Mary.
He wasn't a bad man, Mr. Fordham. I wouldn't have married him if he was. It's just the stress of his responsibilities would sometimes oppress him. I would try and offer comfort, soothe his nerves, but there are a few instances where
so maybe
he
it's
lost
not
control of his passions.
prostitute, it's violence towards
Did he ever
women.
hit you?
He did.
How many times did this happen?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe 2 or 3. You don't exactly count these things.
What a bastard. Maybe it serves him right for getting shot.
So
Thank
violence
you for your
against
candor,
women.
Mrs. McDonough.
Can we please talk about something else?
Those are all the questions I have for now, Mrs. McDonough.
All right, Mr. Fordham.
So far, I've confirmed at least a couple of the guys were not good to their women.
She's busy.
She even made a comment about, like, oh, this one time, oh, I'd rather not go into it.
Chief Snelling?
Yes, Fordham?
Have you got any information on the Redites?
The Redites? That ridiculous gang of troublemakers? Yes, I have some information. What's your interest in them?
A witness is refusing to speak with me unless I can figure out who sabotaged his iron mill.
I see. All I can offer is a list of names of known Redites along with their last known whereabouts.
Perfect, because I have
But
initials.
I remind you that you only have until tomorrow afternoon before this indulgence expires, and I throw you in jail. This seems like a waste
I
of time.
can tell I'm grinding my teeth
That's my
again.
decision to make.
Very well. I'll give you the list when you're ready to leave.
I need to get back to my investigation.
Yes. Time is not on your side, Fordham. Here you are. This is the most recent list of known Redites.
Great, thanks.
This is a lot of names. If we're going to track down this saboteur, it might be best to retire to a more tranquil environment. Fancy a trip back to Upton's?
Sure. Let's do that. Lottery numbers are in. Did I win the lottery? Let's find out, shall we? Nope. No, I did not. No, I did not.
Right. This should be a quiet enough spot to concentrate on finding that saboteur. I just hope Upton doesn't mind you turning her parlor into your own personal study.
I'm sure she'll have no objection. Now, let's have a look at that list again.
PF, wasn't it? Or was it PW?
Paris Wilson. Those initials don't match the ones on the
Oh,
letter.
no, here.
I don't think this is our
PF.
suspect.
Sorry.
Peyton Ferguson. The initials match those on the letter we got at the Lamplight Depot.
I'd say it's our best bet.
Okay. All right. There we go.
Well, well. Who's this lovely specimen?
Allow me to introduce Peyton Ferguson, known Redite and prime suspect in a sabotage at the Thorbomb Ironworks.
Hey,
I picked him up
Prophet,
and
how you
brought him
doing?
straight to you.
Ooh, a saboteur. Just leave him to me and I'll make him feel right at home.
Please find the Justice Killer soon, Miles. Being Giles' prisoner is not my idea of a good time.
Right.
Just woke
I'll leave
up.
you to it then.
Very nice. I just noticed there's a whip here as well. That's not good. Okay. From a nap. I didn't actually nap today. I went to nap and then I didn't. Okay, here we go. Now I can talk to this guy. Try this again.
Mr. Mims, a word if you wouldn't mind.
Yes, what is it?
I found the person responsible for sabotaging your iron mill.
Oh, yeah?
His name is Peyton Ferguson. He's currently at the Bow Street Jail.
Hey, not bad. I owe you one, Detective.
Thanks.
He certainly does.
What
Now.
can you tell me about Hannibal Kirkland?
Good worker. Mostly kept to himself. Real shame what happened to him.
Did he abuse women?
Do you know if anyone here disliked Kirkland?
Enough to want him dead? Nah. There's the occasional scrap, but everyone around here gets along for the most part. Like I said, he mostly kept to himself. Head down, didn't bother nobody.
Do you know what he did outside of work?
No idea. I only ever saw him here.
You said Kirkland was a good worker?
One of my best. I knew something was up when he didn't show up for a couple of days. Don't think he'd ever missed work before.
Did he have any personal effects he kept here, or an area where he worked?
He had a cabinet downstairs in the workers' changing area, just like everyone else. You can go take a look if you want, but I don't think the police found anything. Kirkland's cabinet is the third one from the left.
Are you familiar with the Justice Killer?
The who?
He's a serial murderer who's killed 5 men over the past 4 months.
Is that right? Never heard of him.
He may have killed one of your men. Weren't the police here asking about it?
Oh, is that what that was all about? I know they came poking around here a while back, but I was busy dealing with other things.
It's nice to see the lines of communication here are wide open.
God.
How long have you been the foreman here?
Sometimes I think it's been too long. Things were so much easier before we got these machines. They keep saying they're supposed to improve our lives, but they've been nothing but trouble.
Okay.
I've already had 5 of my best men get mangled by some of them. And then there's these damn fools blowing things up. My hair wasn't this gray 5 years ago, you know. I swear, one of these days, I'm just going to pack it all up and retire. Let someone else deal with these damn things.
I'll be going now.
Okay,
Careful on
so
your way out.
we're looking for abuse of women because it seems that these men are being killed and have a history of abusing women. Gents, please stop shaving in the showers. I clearly almost tore my head off. She says the drain can't take it all. Aw, Ned! Thank you for continuing the gift sub you got from Crackalacken. That's so sweet. How you doing? Oh. Did he give me a code for it? I don't think he did. Okay, awkward. Am I in the women's shower? No, this is the men's shower.
At least having a heater down here manages to keep things warm. I remember the changing rooms at the police station were always ice cold.
This is the men's changing room. It's all good. What is the locker? Did he give me the locker number? He didn't, right? Yeah, that's it. Do you have the...
Mr. Mims?
Yes?
Do you have the locker?
Would you happen to know the combination to Hannibal Kirkland's cabinet?
No. Every worker sets their own combination, and I don't ask for it.
What happens if they were to forget it?
Well, I have them come up with some sort of personal reminder and keep those in a file.
And do you still have Kirkland's?
I'll give it to you as soon as we're done talking.
Fantastic.
I'll be going now.
Be careful on your way out. There you go. You're lucky I only clean out my files at the end of the year.
See, I always told you I wasn't disorganized. Just preparing for the future.
1, the shipwreck. 2, the red and white. 3, the sign. Oh my god. 1, the shipwreck. 2, the red and white. 3, the sign. Okay, I saw the shipwreck. 1. Okay, 1. 2, the red and white. What's the red and white? This? The red and white. 1, 0. And then the sign. 1, 0, 3. 1, 0, 3.
Empty. That's disappointing.
I'm
Not completely.
so smart.
There's something at the bottom here.
Big brain. The Gilded Lily. 12 refined ladies in waiting, all sizes. Yeah, present this handbill and 50 shillings for the normal 1 crown treat.
It seems our friend Hannibal had a few extracurricular activities after all.
So...
Gilded Lily, huh? That's a bit suspicious.
Who knew such a pretty flower could cause such an inconvenience? The answer to that question is me, in case you were wondering. Flowers bring nothing but trouble. Trouble and snot.
That's enough, Bill. I need to get a move on.
Alright, so... all of these guys seem to have some sort of abuse against women or you know, with prostitutes and everything, that seems to be a common denominator. So, let's go check out the Gilded Lily. Not the Tiger Lily, the Gilded Lily.
Well, hello there, handsome. Welcome to the Gilded Lily.
She
Come
wearing an
over
eye
here
patch?
and tell me what kind of pleasure it is you're looking for.
She's wearing an eye patch.
I'm afraid I'm here for business, not pleasure.
Oh, well, that's just a shame, isn't it?
I'm Miles Fordham, private investigator. And you are?
You can call me Serafina. I'm in charge of this establishment.
I have a book
You won't
called
mind if I
Serafina.
take a look around or ask you some questions?
As long as you keep to the front room, you can do whatever you like. Beyond that, you're gonna have to pay.
Maybe it's best if you leave this part out when you tell Adelaide about the case later. Oh, my virgin eyes.
Oh.
You certainly won't find art like that at the National Gallery.
There's some stuff going on
What a
here.
charming statue. Wouldn't she get cold fetching water in that state of undress? Looks nervous. Wonder if this is his first time.
Oh, sorry, kitten. Sorry, baby. Hi. Yeah. Robin in 3 minutes. Not unless the game requires it.
I'm not too familiar with places like this, but I believe that's where the fun happens.
Yeah, Watson's
if
come to
you've
say
got
hi.
the crowns for it.
Actually, like I was saying, I don't know if you can see it on the camera, but I have like a scratch on my face. That's from Watson. Watson and I had a disagreement about how much he was allowed to pull at the Christmas tree. Resulted in me picking him up and him getting very angry over the however many times it was that I kept picking up and moving him away from the Christmas tree. And he finally scratched my face. It bled quite badly.
I think that room is reserved for paying customers. We won't be able to get back there without a good reason.
May I ask you a few questions, Serafina?
Of course you may, but I can't guarantee the answers will be free.
Yeah, she's wearing an eye patch.
Did you have a man named Hannibal Kirkland as a client?
I make it my practice not to learn the names of any customers here, Mr. Fordham. I hate to disappoint anyone who comes through those doors, but discretion is paramount in this business.
Well, at least you know you can trust these women with your secrets.
Hey, Crackalacken. How you doing?
Do you by chance have a girl named Ruby in your service?
Ruby?
How you doing?
Yes, she's one of our newest girls. She's not in any sort of trouble, is she?
Not at all. I merely wanted to speak with her.
Well, she should be in the dressing room. If you go through the rear door and follow the hallway down, it's the last door on the left.
Okay,
I
well,
see.
we found
Thank you.
Ruby.
This is a lovely establishment you have. And such a nice name, too.
Thank you, my dear. It wasn't always called the Gilded Lily, though. We were formerly known as Le Maison de Tolérance.
What inspired
Le
the name
Maison
change?
de Tolérance.
That's a bit of a long story. Not worth getting into.
How long have you been operating?
Going on 25 years.
Whoa.
Business has been good. There's a reason this is the world's oldest profession, you know.
Aw. At least you brought him home. You know how many people wouldn't actually do that, Crackalacken, and would just keep the cat and be like, oh, well, the cat walked in, so it's my cat now. That's why I don't allow my cats outside. I don't trust people.
Did you know Percival McDonough?
The politician? I knew who he was, but never met him personally.
He was seeing Ruby, wasn't he?
Not regularly, no. In fact, his first and only visit with her was yesterday.
Were you aware that he was murdered shortly after that?
I had no idea. How terrible.
Yes, it is terrible. This means she's lost a potential repeat customer.
So, how did you get into this business?
Like many of the other girls, it was the best of some bad options. I had no interest in being beholden to a husband. I may be a fallen woman, but better to fly and fall than to have your wings clipped.
Do you enjoy the work?
It's a job like any other, Mr. Fordham. There are good days and there are bad days. But my girls are my family. We take care of each other. I couldn't ask for anything better.
Wow, I wasn't chipped either. Yeah. That's, I'm pretty sure that's a requirement here. I had to get both my boys chipped. Aww. Yeah, I'm glad you reunited them, though.
Do you know anything about the Justice
I'd be
Killer?
devastated if one of
I'm
my boys
afraid
got
not,
out
dear.
and then
I don't normally
someone kept
associate
them.
with killers.
Are you sure you don't know anything? He's the reason I'm here.
Well, I can assure you I know nothing about your murderer. If the trail has led you here, it's surely just coincidence.
Yeah, she seems awfully certain of that. It's a good thing we don't believe in coincidences.
Thank you for your time.
Of course, my dear.
Yeah, and it's nice that they said you can come over and visit him. That's cool. Hi, Ruby.
Oh, hello. Did Serafina send you back here for me?
Yes, but not for the usual reasons. I'm a private investigator. My name is Miles Fordham. Ruby, I presume?
Yes, that's right. What do you need from me?
Just some information.
Well, I'll do my best.
My day is going well. I did some shopping. I really, really, really wanted to cook or bake some cookies on stream, but I don't have the right setup for it, so I'm gonna have to bake cookies. I'll bake them tomorrow morning. But yeah, it's going good. I think we're doing well here. We're getting there.
The girls here don't get much in the way of a dressing area. Still, something is better than nothing, I suppose.
I went to visit a friend on Thursday. I had dinner at hers, and her partner was like, Are you gonna make those cookies? And she was like, No, I don't feel like it. And I was like, Oh, I'll help. And then we can have cookies and ice cream, like a hot cookie with ice cream. And that's what got her. So she actually taught me how to make the cookies, sent me the recipe as well. They are really good. They're really easy. I'm gonna try changing the recipe ever so slightly.
Robin, what happened?
Thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, chocolate chip.
I'm guessing this is where most of the
Chocolate
girls keep
chip.
their personal belongings. Doesn't seem to offer much in the way of privacy.
All right, let's ask Ruby what the deal is here.
So, Ruby.
Yes?
I feel like, oh my god, is she the connection?
Did you ever have a client named Hannibal Kirkland?
No, that name doesn't sound familiar. Sorry.
Where did you come from, little one?
Thank you for the gifted sub to Rose Crackalack, appreciate it. Oh my god, you need to stop giving. You've given far too many subs in this channel. I have concerns. Please. But thank you. I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Do you know Ennis Bowditch?
Bowditch? Didn't think I'd be hearing that name again.
As I understand it, he was seeing your friend, the serving girl at the ruined coffee house.
Yeah, that's right. Annabelle. She broke things off with him a while ago, though.
So she said. Did you ever know him to be violent?
Violent? The bastard nearly beat Annabelle's brains in once. Why do you think she chucked him?
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
At least she had the good sense to get rid of him.
Perhaps we should go confirm this newly discovered fact with Annabelle.
You can't be naked here? Well, depends what kind of naked you're talking. Given everything.
Did you ever meet a man
recently
named Burley Cause?
No, I never met him.
Wholesome
but one of
vibes,
the
people.
other girls had him as a client. I remember because she was laughing about his name. He wasn't very burly, if you get my meaning.
Right.
Oh man, Cracklock, don't get me started. Don't get me started.
Are you familiar with Reggie Willingham?
I don't blame
him?
Twitch.
He had
at
to
all.
be banned from here.
At all.
Really? What happened?
He got way too rough with one of the girls. She ended up shy a few teeth.
Dear Lord.
Yeah, apparently he wasn't too fond of boundaries. Good riddance to him, I say.
Were you aware that Mr. Willingham was murdered?
What? Oh, well, now I feel terrible for saying good riddance. I meant...
I think I know what you meant, Ruby. It's fine.
Yeah.
Is it me, or is there a pattern starting to emerge here?
Yes, there is.
You met recently with Percival McDonough. Is that
I
right?
love this
How
Cracklock.
did you know that? I thought he was meant to keep those sorts of things
recommend
private.
it. 100%.
He had your name written down in his calendar.
It's
and
so
you
interesting.
found me here based on that?
Well, I am a detective.
Suppose that's true.
Hmm.
Anyway, yes. I only met him the one time. There wasn't anything
Oh, it's so
remarkable
good.
about him. After we finished, he got all emotional about his wife, but I could hardly understand what he was saying. I hate it when they cry afterwards.
Crackle, I can check out as well Golden Wake. Golden Wake is another one of their games, and it's the first game I played of theirs, and it was very, very good. It's an old, like, it's a few years older, but it's really, really good. A Golden Wake, really good. Strawberry Jade Fox, hello, hello, you just woke up. Well, welcome back to the land of the conscious. There are a couple of us here. Not very many. Some of us are only semi-conscious. But you are more than welcome in. Welcome to the, I want to say chilled vibes, but also murder mystery, so not entirely sure how that works. I'm about to ask a question about it. To the Justice Killer, but yeah, totally chilled vibes. Totally
Have you heard
fine.
of the Justice Killer?
No, I
Totally
don't
fine.
believe so.
He's a serial murderer who's killed 5 victims, mostly men from Chumley.
Oh dear, that sounds dreadful. Is that
Yeah.
what you're investigating?
It is. Do you know anyone who might have some information
Very
about
good for falling asleep
I
too.
don't. Sorry I can't be more help.
Someone did raid me. Yeah, sorry. So you probably came over with Hot Girl Ava? I'm guessing?
Where did you come from, little one?
Aw, Crackalack, and thank you for the gifted sub to Fourth Prophet. Again, giving way too many gifted subs. Yes. Jade, that's it was Hot Girl Ava came over a few hours ago now, I think. So, that's probably who you came over with. Enjoy your emotes again, Prophet, and the ad-free viewing.
How long have you been in this business?
Only a few months now. Used to work at a kitchen, but then they brought in some of those new automated machines.
Ah, sadly familiar story.
At least this profession isn't in any danger of being made obsolete by steam tech. Cold steel can never replace a warm touch.
Let's just hope that's true.
I'll just leave you to it then.
Thanks, love.
Okay, so definitely got a bit of a pattern emerging here. Okay. So we have to go back to the coffee house. Yeah, all my little Christmas emotes. I did finally remember to put them in. Finally. Coffee house. Well, maybe you started off somewhere before, Jade, and you ended up at Ava's and then brought over from her, maybe? You know how Twitch can be sometimes. You just end up following. Sorry you ended up here.
Where did you come from, little one?
Oh my gosh, Crackalack, please. Thank you for the sub to Woody. Woody asked to go to bed early though. He's got an early morning. Rose, I'm glad you like the Christmas emotes. I hope at some point to
Beg your pardon, miss.
How can I help you, sir?
get some more animated ones at some point.
I spoke with your friend Ruby. She told me something quite disturbing.
Excited for today? What do you have
She said
on?
that Ennis had fits of violence, and that the reason you ended your relationship was because he hit you.
Why would she tell you that? That was my secret to tell, not hers. I thought we were friends.
It's obvious she cares about you, was worried about your well-being.
Well, it hardly matters now Ennis is dead, does it?
But is it true? Did he raise his hand to you?
Yes. It is true. As I said before, something changed in him. I have no idea what, but I had to get away.
Oh, hell yes,
I
Jade.
see. Thank you for your honesty. I'm sorry you had to experience what you did.
Insanity!
I'll let you get back to work.
Thank you, sir.
How are you? Welcome in. Thank you for bringing your people here. Playing Grounded, very nice. I've heard good things. Welcome on in. Vinsanity, I got the cookbook. I have not yet used it, but I will be using it soon. Theodore Rec, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm super excited. I've got some ideas for, like, I'm going to be trying some of the recipes over the next couple of weeks, so I'm excited. And Christmas nails, yes, Jade, I love that. I love that. I've been trying to keep my nails from breaking, so mine aren't fake though. Like I just try and keep my nails, yeah, natural. How are you, Vinsanity? Welcome in to those of you coming over from Vinsanity's raid. Welcome on in. My name is Robin, or Tigalo, or Daiherlo, however you would like to say it. I'm a small-time variety streamer here on Twitch, and we're playing Lamplight City. I'm hot on the trail of a serial killer who seems to be murdering men who abuse women. So how upset are we, really? I don't know. No, murder is wrong. Chat, murder is wrong. Even for the right reasons. Still wrong. But yes, I'm very, very excited, Vinsanity, to try some of these. Oh my god.
Where did you come from, little one?
What do you think you for paying forward your gifted sub to Scotsman? Go get some sleep. Thank you very much. Have a good night. You started watching the Taste of Tuscany show he did? Yeah. Wait, Taste of Tuscany, like the Traveling Italy one, or is this a different one? I know that his show has been renewed on... I keep picking up pens and playing with them. I don't know why I'm doing this. The Traveling Italy. I know it's been picked up by Nat Geo. But yeah. Oh yeah, no, Jade, I actively dislike the update. To be fair, I wasn't on it until later today, so I haven't noticed, but I know I saw on Twitter that people were talking about multiple servers going down, so yeah. Yeah. You are always causing chaos, Woody, but now it's time for bed. Go on. Get. Yeah, Vinsanity, that's it. Yeah. That's the show. I'm very excited. They're bringing it back for another season. It was canceled by CNN, but National Geographic have picked it up for a second season. I've picked up so many recipes from that show, so I'm excited to... hopefully I'll be able to watch it here in Australia, because it's been really hard to find. Anyway. What was I doing? Maybe as more people get the update, maybe it's causing more issues.
No need to talk to him just now. Thank God.
Okay, so not here. All right. Where am I at? It still says just investigate the Gilded Lily. Yeah, maybe as more people update?
We've exhausted her knowledge for now, I think.
What am I missing here, then? Go talk to Ruby again?
I'm guessing this is...
Shrine. What is this? Lily.
Cut down in her prime. I can relate. No lilies? Seems like a missed opportunity. That's a nice locket for being such a cheap piece of jewelry.
Oh. 313-2213. What's the...
Lily, 1809 to 1843. I wonder what happened to her.
So, Ruby.
Yes?
Who's Lily?
That's a rather nice portrait. Who's the subject?
Oh, that's Lily. Before my time. Serafina knows loads about her. Even changed the name of this place in her honor. You might try asking her if you want to know more.
I'll just leave you to it then.
Okay.
Thanks, love.
So, is the common denominator Lily? I'm assuming Lily was murdered due to, like, domestic violence.
May I ask you a few questions,
or something
Serafina?
along those lines?
Of course you may, but I can't guarantee the answers will be
guessing.
free.
It's definitely got to be connected.
Could you tell me about the young lady in the portrait hanging in the back room?
Ah, that's Lily Peterson. She was a wonderful woman and a great friend.
What happened to her?
It's a rather tragic story, Mr. Fordham. I'd rather not go into too much detail. The short version is this. She was with a client who got very carried away. She was able to defend herself enough to mortally wound the bastard, but the damage had already been done. The girls and I decided among us that we would rename this establishment in her honor. Some days it's still hard to believe she's gone. I haven't even been able to get rid of her box of things.
I'm very sorry for your loss, Serafina.
Thank you, dear. It was especially awful given Lily's past. Her sister died at the hands of her own husband some 16 years before.
Oh my god.
Some people just can't escape tragedy, no matter how far they run.
Huh. Something tells me these deaths are significant.
Yeah.
It may be a good idea to learn as much as we can about Lily Peterson.
Definitely.
Thank you for your time.
Of course, my dear.
Okay, so I'm thinking... Hold on. What's something else I need to do this weekend? I need to finish watching Coriolanus. Just reminded me.
I'm guessing this is where I'm guessing...
No. Is there anything else at the shrine that I need to...
No Lily? That's a nice...
I've already gotten that.
Damn shame to be cut down in the prime of your life. Believe me, I know.
So, Ruby.
Yes?
Serafina told me that Lily's possessions are still here. Do you know where they're kept?
Yeah, in that cabinet over there. Lily had a special place in Serafina's heart. I don't think she has the nerve to get rid of this stuff yet.
Do you think I could take a look through it?
Oh, I don't know.
Serafina never has to know. I promise I'll only look, not touch.
If I had a crown for every time I'd heard that. But, alright. As long as you keep your word
Wrong
and
line
don't
of
take
business.
anything from the box, I'll let you have a look. I'll get it for you after.
I'll just leave you to it then.
Thanks, love.
You're in the wrong line of business if you think men are just gonna look and not touch. Hate to say it.
There you go. All yours for the browsing.
Oh my gosh, don't even worry about it, Seabreeze. Sleep is so important, and I totally understand the love affair with the pillow. Having an affair with my pillow. Just don't tell my duvet. It'll be fine. You have a good night. And thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Thanks for saying hi.
These don't look too valuable. A cheap ring. Must have had sentimental value because otherwise there'd be no point in keeping it. Nice scarf. Impressively clean, too. Lily clearly took care of her things. Let's see what we have in here.
We weren't supposed to touch, but anyway. Dear Miss Peterson. Jay, thank you for the follow. While it is unorthodox practice for a detective to maintain contact with the relatives of a victim after the case has been closed, your story has touched me on a deeper level. Please let me know if there is anything I can do to help you during this difficult time. I understand you have decided to take it upon yourself to raise your sister's son, and for that I commend and respect your strength of will. Again, do not hesitate to contact me if there's anything I can do to help. Detective Lester Barnett. Oh my god, it's his son.
One of 3 buttons with an engraved lily on it. I wonder if they're just decorative or if they have some other purpose.
Oh! The number. Hold on. 3132213. This is why you always have a piece of paper. 3132213.
Well, now, I think we just found ourselves a bonanza.
Aunt Lily, I tried. God knows I tried. But I couldn't let that bastard get away with his crime. I refused to watch you suffer the same fate as Mother. Justice had to be done. I snuffed out his life just as he tried to choke yours out of your body. The blood that stains this letter is his. As I write this, you're in a hospital bed unconscious. I don't know if I'll ever be able to speak with you again, but I am placing this letter in your secret place in the hope that you will someday be able to read it. In the meantime, I have discovered my true calling. I must dispense justice to those who harm innocent women. I have seen the cycle of violence go on for far too long. I have lost both my mother and aunt to violent men, and I must stop this from happening again. I spoke with Gloria, and she told me she had been violated by one of her clients, an iron worker named Hannibal Kirkland. I will observe his habits until the time is right to strike. After he is taken care of, I will find others and do the same until this wretched city is scrubbed clean. I need to send a message. Love to you always. Ooh. Well,
So, Ruby.
Yes?
I found this letter inside a secret compartment in the box belonging to Lily.
Uh-oh.
Do you know anything about it?
I thought we agreed you wouldn't take anything from there.
This is a special case. This letter's from Lily's nephew, the Justice Killer.
Oh, I see. Look, I've only been here a short time. I don't know anything about Lily or any killers or anything,
Ooh.
I swear.
You know, I think she's telling the truth.
I'll just leave you to it then.
These,
Thanks,
these cases, like, are, man, like the very first case, or, well, technically the second case that we did, that was, like, I was horrified with that one. This is a close second as far as horrific goes.
May I ask you a few questions, Serafina?
Of course you may, but I can't guarantee the answers will be free.
Serafina, what can you tell me about Lily's nephew?
Her nephew? I didn't know she had a nephew. Lily didn't talk much about her family, as you can probably imagine.
You're not lying to me, are you?
I have nothing to hide from you.
Except maybe the truth. But I don't think we have what we need to make her talk. If there even is anything that would make her talk.
Thank you for your time.
Of course, my dear.
Alright, so... Alright. Maybe we can go by the police station to find out about Lily's murder? Let's see.
Chief Snelling?
Yes, Fordham?
Do you recall a murder involving a woman named Lily Peterson about a year ago?
Lily Peterson? Yes, that name does sound familiar. Of course, the prostitute murder. That wasn't one of yours, was it?
No, it wasn't. Do you remember any other details?
Otherwise, I wouldn't be
As
asking
I recall,
you.
the woman was beaten severely by one of her clients, who escaped and was never found. She died a few days later in the hospital. How is this of any relevance exactly?
That's what I'm trying to piece together.
Who was the client?
Did you know that Lily Peterson had a sister who was killed some 16 years ago?
I didn't. Are you suggesting that's related somehow?
I think it is. Would you be able to get me the case file?
What was the victim's name?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
That might be a bit more difficult, unless you can give me more details.
I'll try my best.
Very well. What year did you say the case was from?
Oh. Well, if it was... Wait. If it was 16 years ago... If it was 16 years before she died, and she died in 1843... 1827? Oh, shit. No.
It was 1826, according to the information I've gathered.
Right. And who was the detective assigned to the case?
Lester Barnett?
It was Lester Barnett.
Right. He was quite active in those days. And what was the victim's official cause of death?
Strangulation.
It was strangulation.
All right. I'll have a look and see if I find anything.
I might have the wrong year.
There's nothing I can see that matches the information you gave me.
So maybe it's...
I suggest you get your details in order before you attempt to waste my time again.
I have my details. Okay, hold on. Yeah, so strangulation. This actually doesn't put the date on it, which is annoying. I think I was just...
Chief Snake.
Yes.
I really need...
What year did...
Okay, so if it... What did I do first? Was it 26 I did first, or did I do 28?
It was 16 years ago, so 1828.
Right. And who was the detective assigned to the case?
It was Lester Barnett.
Right. He was quite active in those days. And what was the victim's official cause of death?
I think I was just off by
It was strangulation.
All right. I'll have a look and see if I find anything. Yes. Here we are. This should be a match. Have a look.
All right. March 30th,
So we have our
1828.
killer's last name and possible first name, assuming he's the same man Linda Walker talked about. Perhaps it's time to ask about him at the docks.
So, victim name, Liam Collins and Daisy Collins. Oh, okay, so he killed himself after he killed his wife. Police were notified after a neighbor heard shouting and general commotion from the Collins apartment. Upon arrival, they found Daisy Collins in the living room with clear signs of strangulation. In the bedroom, they found Liam Collins, the apparent victim of a self-inflicted gunshot to the head. Searching the rest of the apartment, officers found a young child aged approximately 4 years old hiding in a closet. The child did not respond to questions and was visibly upset. Detective Lester Barnett conducted an investigation and determined that Liam Collins attacked his wife, likely under the influence of alcohol, and accidentally caused her death. Upon realizing what he had done, he used his own pistol to take his life. The child has been taken into police custody and is awaiting transfer to an orphanage if no next of kin is located. Jeez. Oh, I hope so, Jade. Hopefully it's nothing more than that. Alright, map. Where did he say I need to go? Docks.
You again? What do you need?
A few more questions, if you don't mind. Do you know a man named Samuel Collins?
Yes, I do. He's one of my workers.
Is he working today?
No, it's his day off. Why do you ask?
I'm very interested in speaking with him. Could you tell me where I can find him?
I don't just give out information on my men to strangers. What reason do you have for wanting to speak with him?
I believe he may be involved in some serious crimes.
Serial killer.
And what are these serious crimes, exactly?
Murder.
I believe Samuel's the justice killer.
What? That's absolutely preposterous. You've got quite some imagination, sir. And here
I need to
thought
say
you
he's
were
stealing from him.
serious.
Come on, man.
About Samuel Collins?
Yes? What about him?
I believe he's stealing money from you and your business.
What? Do you have proof of this?
No, I guess I don't.
Stop wasting...
Oh my god.
About Sam...
Yes? What about him?
I believe he stole from one of your customers.
What? From who?
The Hanbrook Flower Shop.
Oh yeah, there you
He
go.
stole several orders of Easter
That
lilies.
was the very, very first
The
one.
Hanbrook Flower Shop? They're not one of my customers. I only sell to wholesalers.
A minor detail. The point remains that your man's a burglar.
That's quite a serious claim. What proof do you have?
You can hear it straight from the man who works at the shop that was burgled.
Well, where is he then?
Wait here just a moment. Excuse me, Mr. Hastings?
What is it, Detective? As I said, I'm rather busy.
I was wondering if you might help me with something.
He's
Could
like
you
from
please
the
tell
very
the
first
shipping
case that
manager
we
over
did.
there about the burglaries at your flower shop?
Certainly.
Like, essentially, that was the
Go ahead,
prelude
Mr.
case.
Hastings.
But yeah.
Right. It all started around 5 months ago. And he didn't come around again after that night.
Thank you, Mr. Hastings. That'll do. Now are you convinced?
Fine. I hate to lose 2 of my men in such a short amount of time. But if he's done wrong, I can't just stand by. Samuel lives in Chumley, at 210 Abattoir Row.
Thank you, sir. You may have just saved several lives.
But I'm going to have to spend several crowns in order to get things back to normal. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Oh no. Alright. I'm gonna save again. Save. Okay. Is this the showdown? I'm lucky. I don't get allergies. Knock on wood. Jinx myself. Confronted the justice killer in his own home.
Samuel Collins?
Yes?
I'm Terrence Shackley from the Labor Department. I wanted to ask you some questions about your employer at the docks.
Oh, of course. Please come in. I'm sorry. What did you say your name was?
Terrence Shackley? But it's not my real name. I just used it to get into your apartment. I believe you did something similar at the Houses of Parliament with Mr. McDonough.
So, you're Fordham, the one who was snooping around at the Gilded Lily.
Indeed. We meet again, Mr. Collins.
Of course. The rooftop. I'm sorry about what happened to your partner. It wasn't my intent for him to die.
Oh, he's sorry, is he? Is that supposed to make things better?
That's our partner.
I suppose this encounter was inevitable. But I admit I didn't think it would be this soon. So, you're here to arrest me.
That's right. Samuel Collins, I'm placing you under arrest for the murders of Percival McDonough, Burley Cause, Ennis Bowditch, Hannibal Kirkland, and Reggie Willingham.
I told you once already, Mr. Fordham. I'm not going to jail. Every one of those men deserve what they got.
Nobody deserves to be shot in the head.
I'm sure your feeling would change if your wife was violated. Surprised I know about her? After our first encounter, I did my own investigation. I had to know what kind of man you were. You were innocent of any wrongdoing. Otherwise, we would have met much sooner.
I understand why you killed them.
I understand your reasons, but that doesn't mean your actions were justified. You need to pay for your crimes, one way or another.
My crimes? What about theirs? If not for me, they would have gotten away with them.
That's it.
There are other ways of upholding justice, Collins. Ways that don't involve mass murder.
The system is broken. Criminals get away all the time. You know that. Only too well.
Yeah.
But you comprehend my situation. You understand my reasons for doing what I do.
Understanding is not the same as approval.
but it is the first step. Is this bastard really suggesting what I think he is? All I ask is that you allow me to continue my work in peace. You looked the other way once before. You can do it again.
Yeah, I looked the other way
You're
and you
right.
killed my partner.
I did look the other way.
Yeah.
And it wound up costing my partner his life.
Yeah.
You're out of your mind if you think I'm going to just let you keep killing.
Damn right, Miles. This has to end. Then you leave me no choice.
Oh.
Fordham, are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine.
So, this is our justice killer?
That's right.
I suppose congratulations are in order. You did well in finding him.
Thank you, Chief Snelling. I'm glad we were finally able to work together.
Yes. Well, I'm glad you weren't so brash as to confront him without notifying me first. Perhaps there is hope for you yet. Now then, I'll go get the other officers so we can lock down the scene and remove the body.
Did I notify him first?
Quite a night, hey, Bill?
Oh no. Bill's
there?
gone.
Bill?
Bill's gone. 2 weeks later. Aw, Bill. We're gonna miss you.
It's good of you to do this, Miles. Do you need some time alone?
If you wouldn't mind.
All right. I'll wait for you over by the sycamores.
So, it's finally over. I have to admit, it's been strange not hearing you all the time anymore.
Yeah, it would be.
Never in a million years did I think I would actually miss it. But the important thing is you've moved on, and I got what I was looking for. I'm starting up my own private detective agency, you know. Addie and Upton are going to be my partners. It should be interesting, to say the least. Oh, that reminds me. I brought you a little something. It's not much, but I thought you might appreciate it.
His favorite beer.
Thank you for all your help, Bill. I truly would have been lost without it.
Aw.
Goodbye, old friend. I love you.
Oh, I love that. That's so good! Correctly solved every case. And I completed the game. Correctly solved every case. Hell yes. Francisco Gonzalez. Did the writing and design and the art and the animation. He did everything. Oh, interesting. He also did the programming and sound design. God, I've gotten something in my eye now as well. Besides the tears. Besides the tears, I've also got something else in my eye. That was really good. Like, that was... yeah. I love that. Oh my god, Bill and Samuel were voiced by the same person. Interesting choice. Interesting choice. Hey, Abe Goldfarb. We love Abe. Oh, he did Palm Puffin too. He did a few characters. Okay. We love Abe. He's great. Abe is my follow alert, in case anyone was wondering. That is Abe Goldfarb. Saying hello, Bright Eyes. From the Blackwell games. Joey from the Blackwell games. We love him.
Your ass puts others to shame.
That is not Abe Goldfarb. That is Geralt. Thank you, Silverheart. That was really good. That was great. Still sad though. It's like the end of the Blackwell games. So I actually played them on stream as well. The end of the Blackwell games had me in absolute ruins the first time I played it. I sobbed. Yes, I played the first two. I couldn't get the third Gabriel Knight to work. But I played the first two. Loved them. Great games. Severed hand model. Cool. Okay. That's a thing. So good. So good. I'm glad you could enjoy it, Silverheart. I'm glad you did enjoy it. My weird little choices of games that I play here. God, I'm gonna have to pick something else. I'm gonna have to pick a new game. I still technically need to finish Yakuza, but I'm okay with taking a break from that for the moment. Beta testers. Yeah, Jade, that's just it's a meme. It's a meme. It's a clip from the first Witcher game. And I love it because people see it in the list of commands and then they go, "What?" and immediately want to know what it is. And it makes me laugh. It's not real boobs. It's fake boobs. It's in-game. It's completely like TOS approved. It's totally fine. It's just funny. You love the old style retro? Yeah, we've definitely got a few more. We've definitely got a few more lined up. I will check here in a second. And you for playing. I loved this, so thank you for making this game. Bonus content unlocked in settings menu. Ooh. That's exciting. I love that I solved... Actually, I had to redo a couple of cases to make sure I solved them all correctly. But I'm glad that I did. So much better. Bloopers!
In the middle, see? God, this bird's annoying.
I love when they put stuff like this in. It's fun.
How can you tell the difference between an alligator and a crocodile?
How?
One will see you later, and the other will see you in a while.
You're fired.
You're gonna retell that joke, though.
I am.
You know you are.
That's really funny. That time, yeah, right? The Jade, that it's so good. So good.
Pretty soon it'll be debutante. I hate Gascon Grand Dames. It's okay. It's all in my brain. Okay.
Ruby, the LeBron James of prostitutes?
She's the LeBron James of the prostitutes. God. Cool.
Hello. I am Guy Dumas, the female servant at the Dupré Manor.
Let's go with that.
So this is a case for Monsieur Pig. It was you, Guy Dumas.
Okay.
I see Chumley coming, and it's like, wow, that can't be how that... Yeah.
I had the same thing.
The pronunciation, I love the fact that it's pronounced that way. I can't
Yeah.
wait to see people try and like read that and freak out when they see it. All right.
Yeah.
Everyone has so far.
Yeah, because my God, look at it.
It's just you're the lucky one that gets to say it the most.
Right, yeah.
I had the same thing when it showed up on the screen as like when you start the game, and it's like you're in Chomley, and I was like, and you can see me. There is literally, I'm pretty sure, did I clip it? I don't know if I clipped that part, but you can see me go. It's 1844. I'm not even trying to pronounce the rest of it. I don't know how to say that. And then he says Chomley, and I'm like, that is not how I expected that to sound. I did the exact same thing. I was like, nope.
Oh, get away from me, you horrid man. You smell like rotten cheese.
Are those the lines?
No.
Like, almost.
Yeah, brother. Well, it hasn't been easy, my brother, you know, and, no. Hey, brother, where the bitches at, brother? Yeah. Come on now, we at the Ruined Coffee House, man.
God.
Aha! Aha! Saying aha is so weird.
I love it. Right. This is all the concept art. Fun! I love it. Ooh, guys. Please. Alright. Let me double check something before we finish. Before we finish up, let me just go yoink. Let's go like this. Let me go like this. Okay. So that was great. Lamplight City, highly recommend. To everybody to play. Now, so yeah, I picked up a couple of games during the sale. The Inheritance of Crimson Manor and Voodoo Detective, which kind of looks interesting. But yeah, we have lots of choices. I have so many games to play still. So many. We still have the Agatha Christie, the ABC murders. I don't know if we should do another detective game, like, directly after we finish this game, though. Maybe I should try for something a bit different. Like, overdose on the detective games. I'll have to see. Oh, I still have to play Whispers of a Machine. Look, I've got a lot. There's so much to play. There's so much, and that's just Steam. I don't even know. Guys, we have so many games to play. I'll have to go through and find some. Maybe like I said, maybe I'll try and choose something a bit different from like the detective, considering we just did a detective. God, I don't even know. Anyway, I do have to pick for tomorrow though. Oh my God. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure of timing yet, but I will be. I wonder if anyone else is playing this. I doubt it, but we're gonna check. No, just me. Sadness. Alright, let's see. Gosh, where do I take you guys? Recommended smaller communities? Let's see who this is. This is an Australian girl. Let's see. She's based in Sydney. She plays Destiny, Valheim, Dread Hunger, Overwatch 2, Sea of Thieves, Among Us, Dead by Daylight, Phasmophobia, and the Resident Evil series. She's currently playing Lethal Company. Apparently it's her first time playing this. We could pop in there. I don't know. What are we feeling? Actually, Thorlar is playing Lethal Company. He doesn't actually need the raid, but Haplo is playing the finals. Oh man, I haven't raided Haplo in an age. Let's raid Haplo. It's been a minute since I've been able to raid Haplo. Let's do that. He seems to be having some technical difficulties, but we're gonna raid him anyway. Because I can. Because he can't stop me. Alright. He's playing the finals. I haven't seen too much of this game yet. It's definitely not like my style of game, but still, he's having technical difficulties, but we're gonna do it anyway. I will see you guys tomorrow. I don't know what I'm playing yet. It'll be a surprise to all of us. So until then, until tomorrow, have a great morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the lurks. Thank you for hanging out and all the subs. It's much appreciated. So, and I promise I will get better about actually streaming more often, even if it's just for a couple of hours through the week. I will get better. So I will see you all tomorrow. Catch ya.
It's waiting for you. 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 It's waiting